Um, this is the politics panel. And let me present my framing of what we are going to discuss, though, of course, the panelists are free to imagine their cut into marginalization and inclusion. At the heart of modern politics is a clash between two rival concepts of how the polity should be organized. One is simply the idea that all human beings have equal worth. And a polity should fundamentally embrace that idea by including those historically marginalized as equal bearer of rights. Clashing with this notion is the idea that this matter cannot be decided on an individual level. Some communities, defined ethnically, racially, religiously, linguistically, or in terms of caste, are more equal than others, either because they are sons of the soil, or because they are religiously purer, or because they have shown greater loyalty to the nation historically, or because their birth gives them superior privileges, period. Thus, the Hindus, the Sinhalese, the Bhumiputras are the primary owners of their respective nations. And all other communities must accept that primacy in their conduct and approach to politics. Others can't have the same privileges, cannot be equally included. Marginalization is nationally justified. How has this conflict between these claims to equality and claims to inclusion played out in the politics of South Asian nations since the late 1940s, and in the case of Bangladesh, since the early 1970s? Are there other issues that have been more central to politics? We'll hear from our panelists whether this was the right way to frame, according to them, what some of the basic, what the fundamental contests have been. So I said that yesterday, and I mean it. Some of the best minds working on these countries are here. They've come from England, from India, from Sri Lanka, from West Coast, and from Illinois State. And they'll guide us think through these very horny issues. Each will have 15 minutes, and we will begin with Nepal and then Sri Lanka, and then go on to Bangladesh, Pakistan, and finally to India. Our Nepal discussion will be led by Avidit Acharya, who was born in Kathmandu and lived and received much of his high school education there before coming to America and becoming a political scientist, specializing in American politics also. He has papers on Nepal. But the book that I found most illuminating was his book with two other colleagues on the American South and how the patterns of electoral politics, of voting or politics in the 1860s and 70s and 80s are connected to how we can show that they're linked to the patterns of electoral and political behavior of the various races today. This was the book called Deep Roots, which made Avidit very famous. But Avidit reached American South through his background in Nepal. Avi. He's a professor of political science at Stanford.
Thank you so much, Ashu, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak about Nepali politics, which for me is actually a rare opportunity, since, as you mentioned, I work on American politics mostly these days. My task today is to talk about what's happened in Nepali politics in the last few decades, to describe where it is now, and to share with you some of my own ideas about where it might be headed. I'm going to start in the year 1990. Most of the things that you've heard about in Nepali politics, the Maoist insurgency, the royal massacre, the royal coup that gave way to the political revolution that ultimately ended monarchy in Nepal, the ratification of a new constitution in 2015. All of this is part of a political evolution, a trajectory that, in my judgment, starts with the end of absolute monarchy and the restoration of multi-party democracy in Nepal that took place in 1990. So what exactly happened after democracy was restored in 1990? Well, it's the usual story. So there was one major party, the Nepali Congress Party, that had taken the leading role in the revolution that reinstated democracy after 30 years of absolute monarchy. That party came to power in a very big way following the 1991 general election. It won an absolute majority in parliament, and for anyone who was a Congress supporter or a party member, things at that time looked pretty good. The expectation was that the Nepali Congress was going to be the dominant player in Nepali politics for many years to come, much like the Indian Congress, which, after leading the independence movement in India, came to power and became the dominant political force in India for decades. That was the outlook then, and this outlook meant that if you were one of the opposition parties in Nepal at the time, and these were mainly communist banner parties, political prospects looked pretty dim. What were the options? One option was to remain as an opposition party in mainstream politics and patiently wait for the political tides to turn and hope that power would eventually circle around to you. This is the path that was taken by the main opposition party, the CPN-UML, the Communist Party of Nepal United Marxist-Leninist. The other option was to leave mainstream politics, asserting that the system is rigged, it continues to be flawed, fundamental constitutional changes are still necessary to set the country on the right path, basically to argue for toppling the new system and starting afresh. And this is the path that some politicians who were previously affiliated with the third largest party, the United People's Front, took. In fact, these UPF politicians were the people that went underground and formed the Maoist party that initiated the insurgency in Nepal in the mid-1990s. In many ways, the strategy of leaving mainstream politics made good political sense, shrewd sense for these politicians, given the outlook at the time, because the UPF was the third largest party in the 1991 general elections with only 9 seats to Congress's 110 seats and the UML's 69 seats. So they were a distant third and probably thought that they had no prospects of coming to power if they stayed in mainstream politics. But in fact, this whole outlook turned out to be completely wrong. The Nepali Congress did not rule for decades as the predominant political force. It didn't maintain its majority or even plurality in parliament. Instead, the first Congress government fell in about 3 years due to factionalism. And then at this point, we start a period in which Nepali politics is incredibly fractured. There are lots of factions, rapid government turnover. The communists come to power in 1994, and even some of the old guard, the leaders of the pre-1990 panchayat system, return to office as well. For those of you who know these names, Lokendra Bahadur Chand becomes prime minister, Surya Bahadur Thapa becomes prime minister. There's no stability at all, and there's no predicting what's going to happen in Nepali politics. Meanwhile, the insurgency is raging in the remote Midwestern region of the country, and the Maoists are drawing support from many marginalized groups in Nepali society, even though the top leaders of the party mainly come from the privileged Baun Chetri, Brahmin Chetri hill communities. This situation continues, and there's a sort of a stalemate between the insurgents and the state, and it's not clear how this conflict is going to resolve. Then an unforeseen shock, a major event takes place and shifts the trajectory of Nepali politics in important ways. The royal massacre. King Birendra in 2001 is murdered by his son, the crown prince, allegedly over a dispute about who was going to be his bride. And then Gyanendra, who is the younger brother of the deceased King Birendra, ascends the throne, seemingly reluctantly at the time, but in fact, Gyanendra's political ambitions materialize very quickly, and in 2005, 4 years after becoming king, he mounts a coup and suspends multi-party democracy. This, of course, unites the opposition, including the mainstream parties and the underground Maoist party, and that's when the Second People's movement, or Jana Andolan 2, starts. And crucially, this movement is led by the Maoists. They're the ones that are bringing people out onto the streets, and their message that we really need to change the system, constitutional monarchy was never going to work. For Nepal, look at what just happened. This message really resonates with a lot of people. The movement is successful. Monarchy is ended in 2008, and Nepal becomes a republic for the first time. Then the Maoists enter mainstream politics after a peace agreement is signed between them and the other parties, and they contest and win as the largest party in the 2008 Constituent Assembly elections. So it's very similar to 1990 in the sense that a big system-level change happens, and the party that leads this change emerges in the first election following it as the most successful group. But even though there are these major institutional changes taking place, the general mode of Nepali politics doesn't really change. Just as in the 90s, every year or two, Nepal gets a new prime minister, often from a different party. It's standard coalition politics, but now with a new player, the Maoists, who are not terribly different in their style of politics from the other parties. And although there's a stretch of communist control between 2008 and 2013, there's tremendous political gridlock. The Constituent Assembly isn't able to get the supermajority that it needs to pass a permanent constitution. Factionalism prevails, and another Constituent Assembly is elected in 2013 that also can't break the impasse. But then another important shock hits. The April 2015 earthquake that really devastates the country. Now, as devastating as it was, the earthquake has an important effect in Nepali politics. It brings the country together, at least momentarily. Pictures of the president sleeping under a tent, just like many ordinary citizens, go viral. And for some time, Nepalis share the sense that they are all in the same boat together and need to work together. And so after 7 years of gridlock, 2 Constituent Assembly elections leading to nothing, the earthquake hits in April of 2015. And by the end of September of that year, in a matter of months, a constitution is drafted, it's passed and ratified with the endorsement of 90% of the legislators. Nepalis have been living under this constitution for the last 7 years, but Nepali politics have not yet found an equilibrium. In fact, despite overwhelming support from the main political parties, the constitution has been extremely controversial, bringing to surface some really vexing political issues. So what are these issues? They have to do with the structure of federalism in Nepal and how different groups are affected by the new federal structure of the country, how the districts are drawn, and whether representation should be proportional or malapportioned. They have to do with the extent of descriptive representation in a country that is multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, multilingual. The view on the left, for example, is that you can't have true equality, true inclusivity in an ethnically diverse and increasingly divided country like Nepal unless you have certain guarantees for descriptive representation, which the current constitution does not provide. And they have to do with the laws that directly affect the lives of Nepali citizens, not necessarily the laws that govern politics, when and how elections are held, who can run, and even whether Nepal is nominally a Hindu state or not. Not these laws, but laws about citizenship, about employment, about discrimination in the workplace. And so the common thread across all of these issues is the following question. Okay? Now that Nepal is no longer a Hindu monarchy, what should be the character of the Nepali state? Who is Nepal? And in particular, just how equal and inclusive can and should Nepal be? This is the question that's on everybody's mind, old and young, left wing, right wing, men, women, everybody. Now, I should say here, at this time, it's not as if these questions weren't discussed or debated prior to 2015 or 2008 during the period of monarchy, but there was never any pretense of true political equality during that period because everybody knew that the Nepali state as a Hindu monarchy, existed to serve the interests mainly of a certain set of privileged groups, specifically the Baun Chetri Hill elite communities, and not the many other groups that also call Nepal home. But now that's not the case. Now there is a claim behind this new constitution, behind the new state of Nepal, that this new Nepal really does belong to everyone equally. And all groups, including those that have been historically marginalized, have a stake in defining Nepali identity. So these are the issues. But as much as these issues are discussed and debated in Nepali society today, the irony is that these issues are not front and center in party politics. The parties certainly have their stances on these issues, and it's typically a position that supports the new constitution to some degree. After all, 90% of legislators from the parties voted for this constitution. But the parties are not really ideological organizations. They exist to serve the personalistic interests of party leaders and the clientelistic interests of select constituents. And we see this as we follow the candidates that are seeking a ticket or have secured a ticket already from one of the major parties in the general election, thank you, that's coming up this November 20th. But none of this is going, I mean, these are system level issues, these are system level problems. None of these are going to change that easily. The whole system is entrenched. And despite some recent successes of younger independent candidates, like in the Kathmandu mayoral election and other local elections earlier this year, I think that Nepali politics will probably just continue being fragmented, unstable, and detached from the most salient issues that are on people's minds until maybe after the next major shock hits the country and changes the course of Nepali politics yet again. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is going to talk to us on Sri Lanka. Paikiasothy Saravanamuttu, we call him Sara, I've known him for very long. The founder, executive director of the Center for Policy Alternatives, which is where I was affiliated during my Sri Lanka work for many, many years. And he's been a frequent speaker at our center's forums. Sara has many, many achievements to his credit. I'll simply, in the interest of time, note that in 2016, he was appointed Secretary of the Task Force on Consultations on the Mechanisms of Reconciliation, and in 2017, shortlisted for the Peace Prize awarded by the city of, you have to spell it, pronounce it for me, Ypres, Belgium. He's also the founding director of the Sri Lanka chapter of Transparency International and founding co-convener of something very important, Center for Monitoring Election Violence. Sarah.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ashu, for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts on what's happening in Sri Lanka at the moment, and my very best wishes to the Saxena Center. I thought I would begin by outlining to you certain, what I think are the certain key characteristics of the Sri Lankan polity and try to fast forward it to what is going on now. As you know, Sri Lanka is in deep crisis, and I would characterize this crisis as a crisis of governance which has a political dimension as well as an economic one. And the argument is probably best encapsulated in the demand of the Aragale, the people's movement, the struggle that we needed regime change in order to facilitate systemic change. Yeah? Now, in 1948, Sri Lanka got independence from the British. Independence basically passed to the brown Sahib class. They were drawn from all ethnicities. They were neighbors in Colombo. They went to the same schools. they went to the same universities in Britain and came back and conducted their politics as if they were in the Oxford Debating Society. However, one of the first things that that government did was to disenfranchise, by citizenship acts, the largest single minority in that country. We called them Indian Tamils. I don't know why, but because all of us are Indian in some way or the other. We call them Indian Tamils. Basically, they were the descendants of the people that the British brought down to work on the tea plantations. And they numbered a considerable amount, and they were suspected of having leftist tendencies. And so, the United National Party, the UNP, that formed the first government in Sri Lanka, very, very pro-Western, got caught up in the paradigm of Cold War politics and believed that having such a large minority with such leftist tendencies would be a great threat, and they passed the Citizenship Acts, which disenfranchised those people. They subsequently were given citizenship in Sri Lanka. There was a small proportion of them who were neither Indian citizens or Sri Lankan citizens. In the end, the Sri Lankan government agreed to give them citizenship as well. But basically, they live in conditions not very dissimilar to what their ancestors did. They live in what we call line rooms. They have asked for 1,000 rupees a day to pluck that tea, but very few of them actually do get it, because like non-tariff barriers in trade, the estate companies find all sorts of ways of saying that, look, no, you haven't really qualified to get that amount paid. So we started off, therefore, by excluding a large section of our population. However, the United National Party, it's the UNP in common lingo in Sri Lanka, is also known as the uncle-nephew party. And that will give you an indication of the extent to which our politics is largely dynastic and family-oriented. We have the Senanayakas, the Jayawardenas, the Vikramasinghes, the current president, Jayawardena, who introduced the executive presidency, and then we had the Bandaranayakas, Mrs. Bandaranayake, her husband, who was assassinated. She was a widow of Mr. Bandaranayake, and then the daughter, Chandrika Bandaranayake Kumaratunga. And then we have the latest new entrant, and that is the Rajapaksa family. So we had Mahinda Rajapaksa as president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, his younger brother, as president as well, plus another 20 to 30 members of the family who were put in key positions of power and authority. Now, the big divide in Sri Lankan politics has been arguably at one level between left and right on the economy. The UNP was seen as the pro-capitalist party. The Sri Lanka Freedom Party was seen as the party of the people and came in with social democratic or socialist ideas. But there is another bigger divide, and that is that irrespective of their ideological differences on the economic side, they were both majoritarian in outlook. Very, very strongly majoritarian in outlook. And what happened as a consequence was that the initial implicit understanding with the colonial authorities that Sri Lanka was an island in which the polity was to be based upon the notion of unity in diversity broke down, basically, because 75% of the population was Sinhala Buddhist. And it's important to note that the identity, the majority identity, is Sinhala Buddhist as opposed to Sinhala or Buddhist. 75% of them are. And so, in 1956, we really have the dawn of a two-party functioning democracy. Mr. Estabdua Bandaranayake, who came from a low-country aristocratic family, educated in Oxford, etc., came forward as leader of the people, as it were. He was the leader of 5 forces, the trade unionists, the farmers, the teachers, the local doctors, and I've forgotten what the fifth one was. Anyway, it was called a five-power alliance that swept to power. And it swept to power on one single issue, language. Sinhala only was the cry. And he swept to power on that basis, and as a consequence, the country changed irretrievably, quite frankly. Because, yes, English was the dominant language, but spoken only by very, very few people. As a consequence of the way that the British governed, divide and rule or whatever, the Tamils, after the Burghers, who were partly Western, were given key positions in the civil service, etc. But once Sinhala only came in and they were forced to learn Sinhala, large numbers left. So that was the first wave of the Tamil diaspora in the 1950s. They were educated people. There was an absolute premium on education in the North because it is not as fertile as in the South, where you say you drop a seed anywhere and it'll grow. It was an absolute disaster. Because what it meant also was that in education, for example, you were supposed to learn in your mother tongue. And your mother tongue was either Sinhala or Tamil. So school children from either of those ethnicities never shared a class unless they shared a period in English. Likewise, in university. And we still suffer from that because we have a cadre of university lecturers, etc., who have been literally frogs in a well. Some of them have gone out to do their master's courses abroad. The vast majority of them are still stuck in Sinhala and Tamil. And the textbooks in Sinhala and Tamil, of course, are not up to date. They're at least 20 years old. Yeah. So you got this majoritarianism. Bandaranaike tried to bring in legislation talking about the reasonable use of the Tamil language, etc., but the Buddhist priests, who were one of the five in the five-power coalition, the Buddhist priests demonstrated outside of his residence when he signed the pact called the Bandaranaike-Chelvanayaka Pact with the leader of the Tamils, and he was forced to literally tear it up in their presence. But another thing happened as well. The United National Party opposition staged a major march from Colombo to Kandy, where the Temple of the Tooth is, against the Bandaranaike-Chelvanayaka Pact. And as a consequence of that, in Sri Lankan politics, whenever a party has been in government and tried to deal with the ethnic conflict or the national conflict, as you call it, the opposing party has opposed tooth and nail. And when they get into power and try to do something, the same thing happens. So we've never, ever had any sort of common ground, if you like, to resolve that issue of majoritarianism. The second characteristic that I want to make, just one point again with regard to that structure of power, is that we don't often talk about it in Sri Lanka, but I heard it mentioned yesterday. We have a caste system. And it's a very strange caste system because it's a caste system that's shared by both the Tamils and the Sinhalese. Our caste system is not a pyramid. It is an inverted pyramid. The majority of the higher castes, the Vellalas amongst the Tamils and the Goigamas amongst the Sinhalese, claim to be the majority in each community. They claim to be the majority in each community. All leaders of Sri Lanka have been of that caste, except for one person, that's Ranasinghe Premadasa, who came up from the urban setting of Colombo, and he managed to squeak through by the tiniest of majorities, and of course he was killed by the LTTE. Now his son is trying to capture power through a new party, the SJB. Every challenge to re-establish political order has also been from one single other caste, and that is the Karava caste, as far as the Sinhalese are concerned, or the Kharaya caste, as far as the Tamils are concerned. Prabhakan was from the Kharaya caste. Rohana Vijayveera, the leader of the insurgency in 1971, in 88-89, was also from the Kharaya caste. So there is that division as well. Within the Goegama caste amongst Sinhalese, of course, sorry. Okay. Within that caste amongst the Sinhalese, of course, there are variations, and the Rajapaksas are seen as of lesser stock, as it were, than the Bandanakas and the Sedanakas who ruled the country. Now, as a consequence of all of this, and what happened in 1956 was that the state became even more of the major player in the economy. The nationalization sparked off what I think I would call, at the end of the day, basically institutionalized a culture of entitlement amongst the people. Hence, we have an overbloated public service. Every election, 10,000 more people are going to be in the public service, and 10,000 rupees more is going to be given to those who are in the public service. So we have state-owned enterprises that are running at millions of losses. But the people, a normal Sri Lankan citizen, born, gets free education, free medical services, gets a job in the public service, and dies there with a pension and EPF and ETF and all sorts of other benefits. So we are close to, well, we are in Greece with the danger of turning into Lebanon as a consequence. Yeah. So that culture has got to be changed. But how is it going to be changed is the question. We've had major attempts at constitutional reform. We succeeded in 1972, whereby the Mrs. Bandaranaike's government came back and said, look, this constitution that we had was something given to us by the colonial powers. We have to turn ourselves into a republic. And they did two things. One was institutionalize the notion that Sri Lanka is to be a unitary state. No power sharing. Number two, they made Sinhala the official language of the country, Sinhala. And number three, they said that Buddhism, the religion of the majority community, would have the foremost place. So we stopped short of saying that we were going to be a theocracy, but we said Buddhism would have the foremost place. And those three formed the sort of pillars which the Tamils in particular resisted, and we got the 30-year ethnic conflict. But the problem with the Sinhala majority is that it's not only the authoritarianism and the corruption that goes with it, but it's also a fear. We say, there's a cliche, we say we have a majority community with a minority complex, and a minority community with a majority complex. And as a consequence of that, after the defeat of the LTT, which of course was defeated amidst all sorts of allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity, we turned against the Muslim community. The Muslim community is the only trilingual community in the country, truly trilingual community in the country. And it's interesting, the attacks on the Muslim community were largely on their business interests, their factories, their shops, rather than the killing of people, whereas with the Tamils, it was horrendous carnage, both in Colombo and in the north and east. We even went to the extent during the COVID pandemic where there was no medical evidence, international or national, and said that they cannot bury their dead. They had to cremate. It was only because the issue was brought up in Geneva, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan at that time, Imran Khan, came and offered support to Sri Lanka that the government changed its mind. But that is a still very, very strong axis of discrimination against the minorities. It's still very, very strong. And, although the government wants to get the money from the Tamil diaspora, they still have to come to terms with accepting a notion of power sharing. And power sharing argument that the Tamils have always had and had it since before independence was, look, give us federalism. We are a part of this country, but we also want to be a part from, a part of and apart from. We want to be able to balance the notions of autonomy with the idea of interdependence. And that is something that's hanging fire. Just 2 minutes on the article, and that is that all of this has pent up as frustration and burst out into the open because the Rajapaksas have been the heirs to all of these shortcomings and mistakes. But they have taken it to a fine art. Art is probably not the right word, but nevertheless, they have been known for rampant corruption. Rampant corruption, impunity, both with regard to war crimes as well as with regard to corruption, financial corruption, and they have in effect robbed Sri Lanka's public service of any sense of shame. And I think that's quite horrendous because at one level, maybe our societies are more based on shame rather than on guilt. But we don't have shame anymore as far as public service is concerned. One thing that the Aragalaya has focused on is all the constitutional reforms and all of that, but they haven't really come out and talked about the answer to the national question. And as a consequence, people in the North and East did participate in it, but not as proactively as they did in the rest of the country. And they sort of said, look, all the problems in the South are facing in terms of shortages, etc., we faced for 30 years. And the rest of the country was relatively unperturbed by it. They ran cars on kerosene oil. That was the only option that they had. So we therefore face this problem of reconciling the country, bringing it together on the basis of getting rid of corruption, against impunity, but against impunity also for the questions of war crimes and crimes against humanity, which are now being discussed in Geneva after a series of UN resolutions on Sri Lanka. So we are now at a crossroads. We are the oldest democracy in South Asia, but as to whether we are going to last like that is a big question. There are the arguments that come back and say, look, yeah, forget about human rights. We have to, we can't have a revolution of the type we are talking about without breaking eggs, as it were, and therefore we need to get the economy right before we can get anything else right. But I think there is a sufficiently large democratic tradition in the country which will not accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Ali Riaz is our next speaker. He's a distinguished professor of politics and government at the Illinois State University, 2.5 hours south of Chicago, where he also held the Thomas Eimerman Professorship for several years. He has been writing on Bangladesh, and I invited him after reading an essay that he wrote for Bangladesh's 50th anniversary for Foreign Affairs, an essay of stunning intellectual clarity, I thought. So welcome, Ali.
Thank you, Ashu, for the opportunity to be here and your very kind and generous introduction. What I'm trying to do today, in next 14 and a half minutes, is to focus on the contemporary Bangladesh, what is going on in Bangladesh, and try to relate it to the exclusionary politics that has been dominating Bangladesh for the last decade and a half. And I think that is what we need to focus on at this point. Bangladesh is on the news again, and I say it again because over the last decade or so, Bangladesh, whenever it was on the news, it happens to be all these phrases, the Bangladesh miracle, the Bangladesh paradox, that Bangladesh is doing extremely well, which is in part true. only that we missed few points that is now coming back and haunting us quite badly. What are the things that is positive? The GDP growth that we saw, 6% and above for more than a decade. As a matter of fact, Bangladesh's journey for this economic growth started in 1990 when Bangladesh entered into the democratic era as well. We are missing that point. Sometimes we just simply forget that it has a political connotation to it. The second thing, that reduction of poverty, absolutely stunning. 15 million people were taken out of the poverty, over less than a decade. Overall poverty rate has, have become since 2000 in last 20 years. However, there are other side of the story of this economic miracle. What is the other side of the miracle? Look at the, income share, increasing disparity. The bottom 40% of the people has 21% of income. What is the top 10%? They have 27% of this income. As you can understand, this is the situation. Unemployment official statistics is 12%. Among the youth, overall 5.5%. It has been continued, and there are serious concerns with respect to these numbers. But Bangladesh is back on the news in recent days because Bangladesh has requested $4.5 billion from the IMF over the next 3 years. And that is not the only thing they have asked. They have already asked about, about $1 billion from the World Bank, to roughly about $2.5 billion from Asian Development Bank, ZICA, and other multilateral organizations. Dwindling foreign reserve, as we speak today, it is about $37 billion, which was about $45 billion a year ago, less than a year ago. Energy price hike has almost 50% that we have seen. Trade deficit in last year was $33 billion. Had Bangladesh been achieving this enormous economic growth, what actually prompted this kind of situation? Government has two arguments. One is the COVID-19, which absolutely, in a sense, if you look, apparently it is true that all the economies around the world have been affected by the COVID-19. So, how far that actually is true? If we look at the figures from 2019 through 2021, Bangladesh government received $5.8 billion from various multilateral organizations to combat COVID-19. $732 million from the International Monetary Fund, $1.4 billion from the World Bank. If you add up, it is more than $7 billion that Bangladesh had received to combat COVID-19. And I'm not talking about the other projects, precisely to. The second thing is that how much they have spent actually on the COVID vaccine. 85 million COVID vaccines have been provided by the United States. And those of us here from the United States, it's our taxpayers' money. 85 million vaccines have been provided to Bangladesh free. Bangladesh has topped the list of the US vaccines. So, if it is COVID-19, after all these things, $7 billion and all these things, why it is so? I would argue there are four things that we have not noticed. There are four reasons that has been going on for this current economic crisis. And the economic crisis, I'm going to come back and say, this is because of a non-inclusionary political system that has emerged over the last decade or so. What are those four factors? Number one, the infrastructure. As enormous, expenditure on infrastructure. Some of them are absolutely necessary infrastructure, but the point is how much money are you spending on? Padma Bridge, which was opened, and I think it is a fantastic job that we needed that for Bangladeshis to connect. This economic importance cannot be underestimated. But if you look at it, $1.6 billion was planned, $3.6 billion was spent. 1.6 to 3.6, $2 billion addition. Is it an exception? No, it is not an exception. Metro Rail, which is one of the key infrastructure project that Bangladesh government claims to be a huge thing. What 2.1 billion was planned, 3.3 billion has been spent so far, and it is not yet completed. It is expected to be open in December. We don't know the ultimately what would be the bill. Kornufuli Tunnel, a tunnel beneath the Kornufuli River for Chittagong. $803 million was planned. $1.03 billion have been spent. And then we have $12.65 billion nuclear power plant. We don't know how much it would end up with the Russians. And these are not exceptions. These are not four separate things. This is a pattern. What happened? Why this money is going up like this? In large measure because of corruption. This is a plain and simple thing. The second, the loan default in 2019, as we speak today, this morning, as we have figured out, loan default has reached $13.25 billion. $13.25 billion. And this is the fact that came out yesterday from the central bank. And how much should we actually rely on central bank's figures? In 2019, Bangladesh Central Bank claimed that the loan default is $11.11 billion. IMF said it is exactly the double. Now they're saying $13.25 billion. Default loan is about 8.96%. It was 8.53 only 4 months ago. Okay. So that is the second point. Third point, power sector. I mentioned the energy has gone up 50%, right? The enormous subsidy that has been provided to, where did this subsidy go if it is not helping the people? Between 2001 and 2021, $7.1 billion of subsidies have been provided to Power Development Board. Until 2005, $3 billion was provided to the Petroleum Corporation. But in 2009, what is described as a quick rental projects that has been started. And initially, we were told that it is a stopgap measure that would go away. 2009, and we are talking 2022. It hasn't gone. How much that money has been spent? Most of this money has been spent on what is called capacity charge. 12 companies have received $5.5 billion, and most of them are well connected to the government and the political party. Between 2009 and 2018, the third factor, capital flight, $8 billion has gone out from that country. So how these things happen? Why these things happen and nobody spoke? One is precisely because the apologists of the regime keep on telling us that everything looks fine. Because we are having a huge bridge or a tunnel or something of that kind. All of them are necessary. Does not mean that you have to spend so much money, and there has to be a clear-cut impunity. And there is no kind of transparency whatsoever. Why this transparency is completely absent? Because of a non-inclusive government. Bangladesh entered into the democratic era after 15 years of direct military rule, and I call direct military rule. As a matter of fact, I think that until 1990, Bangladesh has faced civilian and military authoritarianism since its independence. In 1975, there was a one-party system that was created that cannot be claimed as a democracy. So until 1990, it was a military and civilian authoritarianism. Transition took place. But thereafter, the political equilibrium was between two political parties, between Bangladesh Nationalist Party and Bangladesh Awami League. Power alternated, and Bangladesh invented a system called caretaker government, which is not perfect, absolutely not. However, nevertheless, it created a vertical accountability mechanism. Every 5 years, the political party had to come. That was taken away from the constitution in 2011. Since then, Bangladesh has two elections in 2014 and 2018, completely non-inclusive. 2014 election was a one-party election, so much so that 153 out of 300 parliamentary seats was elected unopposed. Basically, most of the parliament was elected, but not through the election itself. So this is the vertical accountability mechanism that has gone away. But accountability is not about vertical accountability. It is also about horizontal accountability. What are the horizontal accountability we are talking about? The presence of the civil society. Bangladesh had a very vibrant civil society. during the military era, particularly between 1982 and 1990, the civil society has spoke, fought, and insisted upon the accountability. That has been decimated practically through vilification and also through laws. In 2016, a law with respect to the NGOs were created, which has practically been stymied the entire NGO sector. The NGO which has contributed to the development of Bangladesh, we talk about it, right? Yet, this is what has happened. But is this the only one? Freedom of expression has been criminalized. And I can give you figures, 2018. Since then, what happened between, Digital Security Acts had allowed the government to seize anything which is potentially to be used to criticize the government. Your computer can be seized, your telephone can be seized. And it is legal, it is absolutely legal. Digital Security Act 2018 has given power to the police that they can actually enter into your house and seize any equipment that is considered. And what have we seen since then? I actually run a project on the Center for Governance Studies in Bangladesh. Between 2019 and 2021, 2244, that is 2,244 people were accused. This has given a license, a vigilante justice, because anyone can actually walk into a police station and file a case. And that has been used by the ruling party and its supporters. More than 86% of cases were filed by the ruling party activists against anyone who is critical. Extrajudicial killing. Since 2001, there has been 4,000 incidents. Between 2019 and 2021, we have identified 551 cases where people were subjected to extrajudicial killing. In 2013, right before the election of 2014, there were incidents of 329. 2018 election, there were 466 cases. And then finally, the enforced disappearances, 522 since 2019. In another project, we have looked into 71 cases in 2019 through 2021. So there is this impunity, unaccountable system. That is what led to this. Can we just throw some money into it and solve it? Until and unless we actually look into this completely unaccountable system that has emerged in Bangladeshi politics. I don't think so. Thank you.
The political story is not improving. The economic story yesterday was mixed. If there was micro-enthusiasm, but macro-pessimism. So there was certainly mixed, but political story is not improving at all. Nepal's prediction is not very sanguine. Sri Lanka's prediction has been, well, we'll see what happens. And Bangladesh, we had a dark prediction again. Let's see whether Pakistan provides a ray of light, a ray of hope under the charismatic return of Imran Khan, if that happens, at any rate. Our speaker on Pakistan is Shandana Khan Mohmand, has visited us before. She leads the IDS Governance Research Cluster, an IDS Pakistan hub, that is Institute of Development Studies in Brighton, Sussex. When she last came here, she presented her book, Crafty Oligarchs and Savvy Voters, Democracy Under Inequality in Rural Pakistan, based in Punjab, which is not her home state, but she worked in Punjab, published by Cambridge, and she is on my board the Oxford University Press Modern South Asia Series board, along with Pratap, who's also here. And she's also a fellow at the Mehboob-ul Haq Research Center at LUMS, Lahore University of Management Sciences. Shandana, give us a ray of hope.
It sounds like a planted story. So I have a PowerPoint, and clearly the only PowerPoint on this panel, which goes to show that PowerPoint is a tool of the economists and not of political scientists. It's just almost everyone, Mushfiq, except for you, had one yesterday, and Asim had 2 slides. Is this going to come?
Removed somehow.
How did
Should
that
be on the
happen?
desk. If you just
Ground talk removed?
look to the desktop. There we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So the history of Pakistan in 15 minutes. How does one do that? I thought what I would focus on is the fact that whereas there is a long political conceptual tradition in political science of talking about democracy with adjectives so that we can nuance our understanding of democracy, what's really happened in Pakistan is that it's always been talked of with adjectives. Its democratic struggle has always had an adjective attached to it. And what it's really been trying all of this time is to try and get to democracy without adjectives. And that's what it hasn't managed at all. And I'm going to tell this story in 2 parts. The 2 parts of the story is that which we know well and maybe that which we don't know so well. And I'm going to use 4 adjectives to try and describe these 2 parts of the story. So what are these 2 adjectives that have been used for it so far? The first one is possibly the story you know very well, and you possibly thought I was going to tell today, which is that it is a hybrid regime. It's a hybrid democracy. Why is it hybrid? Because it has had the army consistently in power through all of its life. The timeline here shows you that there have been 3 distinct periods of army rule, started with General Ayub Khan in 1958, the quite brutal rule of General Zia-ul Haq starting in 1977 after the hanging of Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, and then very recently in 1999 with General Pervez Musharraf. And in the middle of all of this has been interspersed periods of civilian rule. I'd like to use the word democracy, but like I just said, it's so full of adjectives that we've constantly wondered about the extent to which we can actually use that. But there's been civilian rule, good moments of democracy, worse moments in all of that. And if you notice, this is something that I really like to point out, is if you look at that, it's mostly periods of 11-year. They're 11-year periods. So around the 11-year mark, we start to get very nervous about what's going to happen in the country. But except for a few exceptions, it's mostly 11-year periods. And in 2008, we had the most recent transition. And now the 2 men sitting there in suits, Imran Khan and Nawaz Sharif, and it's essentially passing between them. And the question that we now have before us that's been asked fairly regularly is whether or not the army has finally lost political power. And just about this year, so this is a really good time to be having this conversation, just about this year, we've started to talk about the fact that maybe the army in Pakistan is not as powerful as we like to think. And so, but you know, the jury's out on this. There's 2 sides to that debate. One says, no, it hasn't lost any power. In fact, all of the drama that you saw in April this year, which resulted in the removal of Imran Khan's government, in Pakistan's first ever vote of no confidence that was successful, and that was entirely orchestrated by the army, and the fact that Imran Khan also brought into power allegedly by the army and the support that he got from the army was essentially sort of he'd managed to upset them, and therefore we saw all of what happened in April. On the other hand, if you start looking at the details of that period as well as what's happened afterwards, there is now a very strong narrative around the fact that possibly the army has lost political power in a way that we don't understand, and that the struggle between the army and political parties is now a very real one. And whereas there has been this entire period of orchestrating parties and bringing them to power, that over time the army has managed to lose some of this power to these political parties. So that public sentiment now in Pakistan is possibly more vocally anti-army than it ever has been in the past, and more supportive of political parties, and more identifying with political parties than it has been in the past. And that there's another important actor that's really competing with the influence of the army now, which is the superior judiciary, and the extent to which they play a role in destabilizing governments, dismissing prime ministers, or just weighing in on every constitutional crisis and political conflict in the country. So that the role that we've seen of the army is now also being played by the superior judiciary, but the story very much is about the fact that it's been a struggle for political parties, and what we have at best is a hybrid democracy. The other one, of course, is the fact that it's an unequal democracy. And we've heard lots about this from the panel today, as well as the panel from yesterday. We have lots of indicators of socioeconomic inequality. But I thought I would focus in the ways in which democracy doesn't work for large groups of people, in talking about why it's also an unequal democracy. And of course, it's been incredibly unequal across provinces. The most blatant case of this was visible to us in 1971. But that sort of, the working of that center, West Pakistan at that point, and since then Punjab, and its preponderance in the politics of Pakistan, has continued to make life very, very difficult for provinces, for other provinces. And so half of parliamentary seats belong to Punjab, and therefore it's absolutely true that whoever controls Punjab controls the center. Right now, that isn't what's happening, but it's pretty much been consistently that for a while. And what this implies for other provinces, for East Pakistan before 71, for Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa ever since then, and the sorts of movements that it has consistently given rise to against the state. So there's been secessionist attempts in almost all provinces, except for Punjab, clearly. And the fact of also the very brutal repression that you then see in these provinces. So as Mushfiq and Ali have both said today, there is a real concern about what you say in public forums and who you're talking about, and we sort of all live under that kind of pressure of being able to talk about secessionist movements that are happening in Balochistan and KP right now, which remain incredibly volatile issues in Pakistan. Beyond the provinces, it's also been an unequal democracy for its minorities. This is for minority religions, for sure, who until recently have been on what we call a system of separate electorates, and so separately electing their representatives to parliament. But possibly the most dangerous and deep fault lines and the deepest, most frightening backlash exists against sects that are not minority religions within the dominant religion itself. And these are Shia groups and Ahmadis in particular. And the discrimination that you see here, the inequality that you see here, is very much by design. It's not just because of failure, of state failure, but very much by design, in the sense of, we were having this discussion yesterday, Ashu, is to get a passport, I must declare against the Ahmadis. Now, apparently, as of this year, to get married, I must declare against the Ahmadis. And so it's very much by design that this kind of unequal democracy has been created for minority sects and religions in the country. Of course, it is also problematic for the poor, and very much because of the dynastic politics that Sarah was talking about in Sri Lanka. We share that. So some of my colleagues, Ali Chima and Hassan Javed, sat down to count. And they found that about 2/3, and they did this for Punjab mainly, but the story repeats in other provinces, is that in the Punjab, 2/3 of all elected legislators and half of the top 3 contenders for every seat for the National Assembly in Punjab between the years 1985, all of the elections that happened between 1985 and 2008, that these people have belonged to families that have been almost consistently in politics since the 1970s. And in fact, I think the number they give is there's 400 families that control politics in Pakistan. So this dynastic politics is a very real part of the story. But perhaps the story that we haven't heard enough about since yesterday, and I really want to focus on for a while, is that of how these democracies, and across the board, and I'm sort of speaking across because I'm the first woman to have spoken at this conference so far. So this is a story. This is a story that we've been missing and has occupied a lot of my work recently, along with colleagues again, and that is of the fact of unequal participation of women more in Pakistan than in other South Asian countries, both as representatives as well as voters. And this is despite the institution of quotas. And the reason for this is that quotas have been applied in ways that bring more numbers to parliament, but do not actually increase the constituency for women. So it's proportional representation based on which parties win most votes, and then, of course, party leaders distribute these seats, which means that your accountability is to party leadership and not to voters and not to building constituencies with voters. So just some quick stats on that. I mean, that's your number of women running on general non-reserve seats at the local government level and in the National Assembly. It's invisible, the bar for women at union level, but essentially in National Assembly seats as well. But a big part of the story also is women as voters, and the fact that Pakistan has one of the largest gender gaps in voting in the world, and certainly in South Asia. So whereas Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and India have certainly closed their gap. I'm not sure of the story in Nepal, but in Pakistan, it's very, very large. And a part of the story is we asked people about whether or not they were, in one of our recent surveys, about whether or not they were contacted by a broker. And that, again, is the number for women and men. So parties are not connecting with women. Some of it because there aren't women in parties, but also because of the fact that nobody's really doing this. And I have been on some sort of campaigns with parties to just sort of see what happens when they arrive at the door. And yes, women are not a constituency for this. A part of this story is, of course, that women, much like in the rest of South Asia, lack access to education and health services, and that this is far worse in rural areas than it is in urban cities. That's not an unexpected story at all. What is very unexpected is that the gap in political participation is larger in urban areas than it is in rural areas. And this is true of India as well, apparently. So cities, the politics of urban areas is not working for women in South Asia. And this is becoming a large part of the work we now want to look at, is why do South Asian cities not work for women in particular, across a number of dimensions, but certainly in politics. And part of this story, I think, has to do with the fact that women's participation is mobilized through clientelism and through families, rather than as voters in and of themselves, which goes back to what I was saying earlier about women being able to build constituencies that are theirs, and parties thinking of women as constituencies. And what we found very excitedly in a paper that's just come out this year called Canvassing the Gatekeeper is that this is not difficult to solve. We got an 8% increase to a gap of 9% in the vote through an experiment. And it wasn't a very deep experiment. We talked to households, but where we talked to both men and women. And essentially the gatekeeper here is the man in the household. We talked to them for short periods. And it turned out 8% more women, given that the gap itself is 9%, is a big turnout change. And so essentially what it comes down to then is that it's not structural, it's just a lack of effort. It's a lack of effort and recognition by political parties and political actors. But that essentially takes me to the third adjective, which is that it's a patronage democracy. And this has been a lot of my own work in rural areas, in rural Punjab, as Ashu mentioned earlier, which is in this book. And it's based on this basic story of what I think is happening in rural areas is that voters connect with political parties and with Pakistan's democracy, Pakistan's politics, either as clients or as part of kinship networks. So a larger South Asian story where India has been called an electoral sort of patronage democracy as well, of the fact that this is essentially kinship, ethnicity, and clientelistic networks. And a big part of that issue essentially is the fact that that there is no sort of moving above the logic of village politics. There is no access to supralocal collectivities like political parties. There's no form of organizing beyond the village. And village politics, which is a big part of the book, is all about the logic of the local elite, the village-based elite, but also, you'll enjoy this, going back to colonial patterns of land distribution. So what happened 100 years ago determines what's happening in villages right now. So that's all in here. But essentially where that takes us is again to this idea of the lack of mobilization of direct party constituencies. So they're not just ignoring women, they're also ignoring large parts of the rural population. And so a lot of this has to do with the personalization of politics through the 1980s and 1990s, a period of party-less politics, where we developed this sort of cult of personality, and this happened across all of those dynastic politicians that I've spoken about, and gave us this phenomena of the electables. The electables is a person who has a vote bank. Wherever the electable goes, the vote bank goes. So they're not loyal to political parties, they're loyal to politicians. And the electables are apparently what also brought Imran Khan to power in 2018. The fact that through help was able to break off politicians from older parties and bring them to Imran Khan's PTI. So that's part of the story. But I'm wondering how many of you have sort of been thinking about, what happens at the local level. And this really is one of the largest gaps in Pakistan's political history, is the fact that it has not been able to institutionalize local government. Why is that so important when we think about exclusion, marginalization in politics? Is because local government can give you the multiplication of electoral offices and therefore allow all of the activity that happens around that and all of the organizing at the local level that happens around that. It's a channel for emerging politicians, especially for women, and it allows more channels for demand articulation, greater contact. And all of this has been missing because local government is missing in Pakistan. So it's been a very major gap. But where this now goes is essentially what I think is the current state of affairs, because what I just gave you is rural Pakistan. You come to the cities, which is a lot of our current research now, it's all about polarization. And so we spoke to households in Lahore city, found that about 70% of urban voters are not connected to local party machines in the way that we would expect if this was clientelistic politics. If this was the politics of patronage, they're not connected. But whether they're connected or not, they identify very strongly with political parties. That forms a very large part of their motivation for selecting leaders. And this was a short period of local government instituted. So it's not that we haven't had local government. We have it, we get rid of it. Then we have it, then we get rid of it. And each time it's a new set of rules. So it hasn't institutionalized in any sense to really organize politics or create a particular type of competition, political competition. So we asked whether in selecting their local union leaders, whether this party identification is stronger than other kinds of political motivations. And here's what we got. And I don't know how clearly that's coming across to you, but across there is the extent to which they're locally embedded, the extent to which they have connections. So a lot of their education, their ethnic group, a lot of the sorts of stories that we're getting from why people select leaders. And across all of them, the only dot that comes out consistently is whether or not the leader is from the same party that you identify with. So that's the one thing that matters to them consistently. It's about the political party. But again, literature coming out of India more recently tells you we're very worried about, we should be worried about the preponderance of the politics of ideas and ideology and the sorts of implications that might have, especially in polarized democracies, which isn't just South Asia, which is very much here as well, and certainly in the UK at the moment. And so what are the implications? This is my last slide. What are the implications of the transition to this politics of ideas? We have a comparative study in very initial stages in which it seems, this was between Lahore and Lagos in Nigeria, and it seems the one thing that will convince you to take the vaccine or not is whether you support the party in power and therefore believe that message that's coming from them. So it affected vaccine hesitancy. We now think, this is again very recent stats from a Gallup poll that happened, that about 50% of Pakistan believes that the US had something to do with removing Imran Khan from power in April 2022, and that this is going to be a huge narrative for the next election, is whether you want that kind of sovereignty sitting back in this country, or you've given in to sort of allowing other countries to determine what should be happening in this country. So taking this back to a lot of what we've been talking about yesterday, why are we concerned about this fourth adjective? It's essentially about the fact that it affects accountability relationships. It affects every reform that you're ever going to put on the table. Because what matters is not what you're saying. What matters is who's saying it. And so that has implications. And if that's the note I leave you on, then this is a hugely comparative conversation. And thank you to the Saxena Center and the Saxena family for enabling those kinds of comparative conversations, because this is not a unique story. So I started on a slide that is unique, but I think what's happening in Pakistan is absolutely shared across the region when it comes to polarization and ideology now. And that's it.
A final speaker. I don't know whether he'll present a rosy picture. I'm not sure. Anyone who's read Pratap Bhanu Mehta for the last 10 years in Indian Express perhaps would not expect a rosy picture, but let's see. Pratap, I've known since the early 90s. We were junior professors together at Harvard. He returned to India in 2000 or 2001 and served briefly at JNU, then led the Center for Policy Research, then led Ashoka University, and left it last year, 2 years, last year, and is now for half the year at the Center for Policy Research in Delhi, and for half the year, the Lawrence Rockefeller Professor of Distinguished Teaching at Princeton, which is also his alma mater, one of his alma maters. I think it's best to say that Pratap has become, over the last 10 years or so, India's most important public intellectual, who shapes ideas, who generates critical reflection, and makes Indians look harder into themselves. Though it's a polarized democracy, not all are going to look harder inside. Pratap.
I wish some of what you said was true, Ashu, but certainly a description. But thanks for the generous introduction, and thank you to the Saxena Center and the Saxena family for this occasion. And I'm going to actually take the liberty of picking up on something that Mr. Parag Saxena said yesterday, that this center should be an occasion for thinking. And thinking is a very special term, actually. Sometimes social scientists don't do it. But I'll take it as a license to sort of just provocatively raise 6 points, and there are about 100 sub-points under each. But so
I'll give you 2 extra minutes.
yeah. So the starting point, I think, since we're talking about comparative conversations and the note the last presentation ended on, India and the United States, in I think their intellectual orientations and cultures, are very alike in 2 respects. First, they're very self-absorbed and narcissistic. The outside world doesn't matter. We are unique, sui generis. We are nothing like it. But the second is that their identities, their projected normative identity, not the descriptive reality, has been premised on a certain kind of conceit that we can buck every historical trend. So the world said in the 18th century, you cannot have a large representative democracy in a big territory, large population. 1776 is the beginning of the breaking of that mold with all its caveats, right? India, the project of India, the Indian Constitution, said every single country in the world has been majoritarian. Every single one. There hasn't been a nationalism without majoritarianism. Okay? There hasn't been the creation of a democracy without majoritarianism. Not a single one across the world. Can India buck this trend? And it is this conceit that in some senses has both provided the historical fascination of these projects and the absolute colossal disappointments that they don't actually live up to it. And the prosaic reality is that they turn out to be as hierarchical, as cronyistic, as unequal, as majoritarian as pretty much every other country in the world they claim to define, right? And I think it's worth beginning with the starting point. Because if I look at the landscape of historical contention, I think at the moment in India, but in the world more generally, we are at an extraordinary, I think, historical moment. And we need to come out of South Asia in some sense to think of this. Post 1989, typically the ideological configuration of the world was divided into, there was communism versus capitalism, capitalism won, liberal democracy, some variant of it, end of history. The only question is, in a sense, the management of nationalism and ethnic plurality, right? But if you take a slightly longer view, there were 4 foundational projects that defined the 20th century, 4 axes of contestation, which are geographically concentrated, which in each of those geographies provided a horizon within which politics was conducted. So for the Western world, it was liberal democracy, the cumulative legacy of the revolutions of 1688, 1776, 1789, some version of liberal constitutional representative democracy. And almost all debates happen within that horizon, right? All debates in America still settled with reference to 1776. The second big political form was the rise of the party state as a distinctive political form of the 20th century. Russia, but the most successful version of it is, of course, China. Right? It's a 100-year-old regime. It's quite a stable regime in some senses. And the party state is a very distinctive political form with a distinctive political theory of its own and a distinctive mode of political legitimation. The third big project, which incidentally, whose intellectual foundations also come out of South Asia, you can think of, Maududi is probably the most influential political theorist of the 20th century as far as I can see, which is the idea of what a modern Islamic constitutionalism or democracy might look like. Is there a coherence to such a project? And in a sense, Pakistan, Turkey were supposed to be, in some senses, 2 exemplars of what those kinds of states might look like, if you think of Iqbal and so forth, right? And in a sense, Maududi's, I'm simplifying a bit, but provided a kind of extraordinary horizon within which that question has been posed. In Pakistan, in Egypt, different parts. And the fourth project was Africa, which is given that the global system was constituted by race and the color line. Can there be an African political project that makes sure that that color line and legacy of slavery and imperialism is never reproduced? Now, we are at a historical moment where all 4 projects, these foundational projects of the 20th century, are undergoing a deep legitimation crisis, with all the characteristics of a legitimation crisis: increasingly polarized, increasingly unable to solve the problems that beset their populations, right? And you have signs of this: polarization, the need for greater repression, the need for greater, they're all in some senses symptoms, greater social anomie. And so I think when we are talking of an ideological crisis in South Asia, I think it is worth asking this question whether this could also be a creative moment of sort of breaking out of the horizons that were bequeathed to us by the 20th century and a language of politics that was bequeathed to us that is actually now running out of course. I'm now not saying that any of these regimes are going to collapse. The party state can go on for a very long time. Liberal democracy will go on for a very long time, right? But the requirements to sustain those regimes in terms of surveillance, repression, polarization, all those things are likely to in some ways increase. Now, instead of thinking of this as a moment of creativity, I think the challenge for South Asia is that rather than looking to the 21st century, we are looking back to the early 20th, if not to the 15th. And the most important and immediate political trend that confronts us is the intensification of the logic of 1947. The Indian project, the Indian dream, was born out of a prior failure of modern democratic theory. It's not just a failure, I think, of Hindu-Muslim relations or something, to actually solve the problem of power sharing, group representation, and identity without relapsing into majoritarian. And no country has been able to solve it. I think that's an aporia internal to democratic theory. The best countries can do is work out some kind of fuzzy modus vivendi, right? Not kind of go for first principles, practices of accommodation that sort of fudge the issue. And India was great at that. I mean, the Congress Party's greatest virtue was that they were like Yogi Berra. Whenever you encounter a fork in the road, pick up the whole fork. So we can run Hindu nationalism, Muslim nationalism together. We can, that was its great virtue. No corner solutions, right? Right? Now, that's the modus vivendi that has collapsed, right? For whatever reason, we can talk about the deeper dynamics in some senses of that collapse. And it's collapsed in two ways. It's collapsed, one, internally in India, where you have the intensification of both communalism and authoritarianism. And communalism of the kind that I think is even more deeply insidious than it was in the 1940s or 1930s. Because in some senses, there's now an articulation of it that cuts to the core of cultural purification in a way that I don't think people even thought of in the 1940s, right? And remember, the 1940s is this paradox. You have incredible politicians. You have an incredible social national movement. And yet, under the surface, it all fell apart, right? And ends up in 1 million deaths, 2 million deaths. That is now a distinct possibility on the table. So internally, I think the rise of communalism and authoritarianism has meant that that fuzzy modus vivendi has collapsed. But regionally as well, and this may be a slightly more controversial point, the partition settlement itself was a form of modus vivendi. So look, create Pakistan, 71, of course, Bangladesh is created. And the Indian experiment could somehow proceed independently of what happens in Pakistan or Bangladesh. Pakistan will do its own thing. The modus vivendi was hopefully these states will treat each other as normal states. And the fact is they don't. We are still continuing a kind of civil war, as it were. I mean, we can't even trade with each other. We can't even do the standard things that even hostile states do with each other. Right? But that modus vivendi was also premised on the thought that the Indian ideological project would be sui generis. So Pakistan may have blasphemy laws. India will buck that trend. Bangladesh may have it, India will buck that trend. But the one thing that has really been brought home in the last 10 years, and this is the one truth fundamentalists of all our countries recognize, it's the liberals who don't recognize it. South Asia is woven from a single garment of destiny. The idea that you could actually have religious polarization in Pakistan and that India will escape its logic, or you could have it in India and Bangladesh will escape its logic, is simply not on. And what you're finding is, in a sense, a mimicking. I mean, Sri Lanka was the pioneer in ethnic majoritarianism, right? We've got that. Pakistan was the pioneer in blasphemy laws. Now every Indian state is passing them, right? So this is a moment where, frankly, you have to sort of almost return to first principles of what that 1947 settlement was about. Now, by that I have absolutely say that it's the unraveling of that nation-state settlement. I think those are here to stay, and for good reasons. They provide a certain kind of psychological comfort, and I think identity, I think that's important. But the internal principles that are constitutive of it, right? It's not solved the identity crisis of any of our nations, right? And that identity crisis, those demons that Asif was talking about yesterday, those demons are the fundamental source of, in a sense, instability and ideological obfuscation in almost all our countries. It's so easy to switch on that narrative, right? And there is a very stark choice for us, all of us. And if South Asia doesn't do it as a whole, I mean, I don't think each country will be able to do it individually. And that stark choice, this is a corner solution. Fundamentally, you can have a collective identity that is benchmarked, right? Or you can have freedom, but you cannot have both. The trap in our national identities is not what would an authentic Islamic country look like? What would an Indian secularism look like? The trap is the question. Because every time you ask that question, you're already benchmarking and excluding somebody. The task of politics was it actually doesn't matter. Each of us will have our different reasons for being Pakistani or for being Indian, right? So this very stark choice that you can either have collective identity or freedom, but you cannot have both, I think is staring at us in the face. And unless we embrace a culture of individual dignity, freedom, and human rights, it doesn't mean identities won't exist, but they'll be freely chosen, they'll be differently configured, they won't be benchmarked, they won't be compulsory, and in some senses legislated through acts of politics or state power. Right? Nobody defines what, and that's the BJP's project, right? Not just defining Hinduism, India, but who's a true Hindu or not true Hindu, right? And I think this is going to be this is the big immediate nightmare we face, because I think the political consequences of not managing there are immense. Third thing, very quickly, and I'll be just very brief, a sentence in each. Yesterday's conversation, I think, prompted a lot of thinking about the politics of culture, and I know the next panel will deal with this. Now, when we think of the politics of language in South Asia, we can think of it along two dimensions. One of the kind that has wrecked Sri Lanka, right? Official languages, our single language policy is imperialistic and exclude. And by and large, India has managed that very well, for the most part. But there is a much deeper demon staring at us in the face, which is what has happened to South Asia, all of South Asia, is English is the language of mobility, access, and knowledge production. The vernaculars have become the site of culture and intimate life, right? Maybe that's a stable equilibrium. But can you think of any country in the world that will not produce a kind of identity crisis if in some senses the vernaculars stop being the site of knowledge production? One simple way of describing Hindu nationalism, it's the crisis of identity of the Hindi world. Now, you don't see these crises in some other regional Indian languages because at least there's the possibility of a regional political articulation. And the argument is not that Hindi be imposed on everybody. It's actually, that's not the angst that's driving it. It's how do you end up with a story, right? Where that very thing which is so intimately yours, your language, your inner life and all of that, is in some senses the site of already a marker of subordination. I don't think we have a cultural solution to this problem. And the problem of Hindu nationalism is that taps into that in 30 seconds. It's not about Hindi imposition. Right? The same is going to happen with Pakistan. Punjabi, Urdu, in relation in some sense to the English elite. Sri Lanka has experienced a version of it. I mean, this was a bizarre kind of, experiment that South Asia is doing. Caste. The most insidious form of subordination and marginalization that, again, is a South Asian phenomenon. Cuts across religions. It even cuts across political ideologies. One of the worst states to be a Dalit in India was West Bengal under CPM, on every measure and indicator. Okay. Now, one of the achievements of Indian democracy was to politicize caste deeply. Right? And we had the rise of caste-based parties, caste-based movements. I think we are at a very interesting juncture in caste politics, where the logic of caste social movements that obtained over the last 15, 20 years, which was you agglomerate smaller castes into larger political movements, right, both to claim political power, that logic is now reversing. The axis of caste incorporation into politics is de-agglomerizing. Partly because within groups there are greater inequalities, partly because I think broader economic development is in some senses weakening the link between caste and political agency. Right? And in fact, it's one of the things that has prepared the ground for Hindu nationalism, which is paradoxically precisely when individuals start voting as individuals, is the possibility of mobilization into a newly politically imagined collectivity possible in a way that wasn't possible 15, 20 years ago. And last point, which is on the state and economic growth, because there was a lot of discussion yesterday. Now, I'm not known to be a fan of the current government. They've never accused me of that. But I think here there are mild grounds for optimism, which may be politically bad, because it means that there's probably not going to be a precipitating crisis. Let's face the facts. India is seeing, and this is not just because of this government, I think it's a process that has been going on for the last 15, 20 years, but it's accelerating in some ways. It's actually seeing a remarkable transformation in state capacity. Let us face the facts. The structure of corruption, every single country in the world has been corrupt. There's been no development without corruption. Let's be very clear about this. It's the structure of corruption that matters. And for a large number of services, most citizens are actually experiencing corruption-free access to a large number of services actually for the first time. Partly because the structure has changed. You can do wholesale corruption. You don't need to do retail corruption. The political pact is exactly, 3 or 4 concentrated industries, build national champions, do your funding alliance with that so that you can liberate a range of services. Right? So in some ways, right, and this is the note I wanted, what would India look like over the next 5 years? More communal, more deeply authoritarian, but with expanded state capacity and consolidation of a majoritarian party, right? How long can this equilibrium last? That's the question.
I hope you won't mind if I authoritatively allocate 10 extra minutes to us for discussion, and instead of finishing at 12, we finish at 12:10. I'll cut into your lunch time, but not too much. I think it will be nice to have. Yesterday, one complaint was that there was no time left for Q&A. And so let's have at least half an hour of Q&A. And let's start with the audience first. Mushfiq, do we need to give him a microphone? Stephanie, are you here?
This can be.
I don't see that. So go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And goes without saying, fantastic panel. And the word identity appeared like at least 20 times in Dr. Mehta's comments. And it also, the concept appeared many, many times yesterday and today, maybe we're not explicitly acknowledging it, right? And I've now, I feel like I understand a little bit better the meaning of identity in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, just because it's so clear about Sinhala domination, or even in Pakistan, because it's so clear with Punjabi domination, right? I'm a little bit more confused about, I know Bangladesh a little bit, so maybe not, let me not ask about that, but I'm a little bit confused about identity in India. Okay, what are the dimensions that matter? Like, who do we think about as a majority group? Is it just religion? Or are there other dimensions? And I'd like to have a discussion on identity.
Okay.
Pratap.
And others feel free, actually.
No, you go ahead and I'll say something.
I'd love to hear others' view on this question, actually. I mean, we need a whole seminar for this question, but here's a short take. So, one, I think the particular context, right, for us is the ways in which identities matter in politics. So you could talk about larger metaphysical questions about identity. What is identity? Can there be such a thing? What does it mean for a thing to be identical with itself over time? But I think in India, in some senses, what it means is there are 3 or 4 dimensions of it, right? So the first was the old sociological one, which is to what extent does membership of a particular kind of group affect your opportunities, your status, your standing in society? And in a sense, caste was the most obvious example of this, right? I mean, that's the most. And the modern constitutional project is you need to recognize those identities in order to be able to address the deprivations that come from membership in those groups. But the purpose of recognizing those, right, is in some senses to dissolve the scriptive hold, the structuring hold they have. You can identify with what you want. I mean, it's a free society. You can call yourself what you want, but they should not have material and political consequences, right? That's one axis on which, in some senses, I do, right? The second, in some senses, was around language. Now, language is a tricky one, as every nation state has found, because at one level, language is important, it's an identity, but there is a tension, right, between the requirements of mobility, mixing, accessibility, and maintaining, right, particular language or linguistic identity. So it's not an accident that there are fewer languages in the world now, right, as nation states have in some senses consolidated. That process of linguistic decimation is actually a kind of, in some senses a reality, right? Now, in political terms at this moment, the thing which we worry about is the enshrining of Hindu majoritarianism, right, as the privileged political identity and meaning of India. And that has very practical aspects. So one, in a sense, it's being enshrined in law, right? There are certain things that you might associate with Hindu identity, let's say cow protection, right? Let's say the suspicion of interreligious marriage and conversion, right? Which you are now enshrining in the legal architecture of the state, right? And it's clearly an exercise of Hindu majoritarian privilege. There's the cultural reconstitution, where you say anything that you associate with, which is historically untrue, but associate with non-Hindu groups, Urdu as a language, right? The dominance of Muslim film stars, right? Those traces, in some senses, have to be gradually extinguished from the public sphere, right? The reclaiming and rewriting of history and the claiming of public space, which is, there's the Nehruvian vision, India was a palimpsest on which every civilization has left its imprint. It's an Islamic country, it's a Hindu country, people to erase all those traces, right? And Western colonial Muslim, the telling of that history, not as, in a sense, the creation of a new distinctive, often very conflictual civilization, right? But, when Prime Minister Modi says the foundation stone of Ayodhya temple was more, if not as important as 15th August, right? Because it's a liberation from a 1,000-year colonial rule, right? So in all those ways, reconfiguring, right, and sending out that emphatic statement that this sacred territory, right, is a marker of Hindu privilege. That's the part that worries us politically. The rest of the stuff is more manageable.
Ashu, if I could just try to bring the other panelists
Sure.
in this conversation.
Yeah.
I'll pass it to you.
Yeah.
Which is, and also to create a link to the culture panel, right? So I want to also have a conversation about South Asian identity, right? So yesterday, there was a Pakistani singer, and all of us were dancing, right? But, something we've avoided in the panels is talking about, the really messed up interstate relationships there are in India, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, etc. Right? So somehow, is there a possibility of any kind of South Asian identity? Is it only in the musical and culture sphere and nowhere else?
But Prerna, would you want to follow up with, and then we...
Take a quick,
Yeah.
it kind of goes back to, I think, Asim's quite provocative, in a way, appeal to us at the end of his talk to say that we really need, thanks to the Saxena Center, these kind of cross-national conversations. And it occurs to me, just kind of following these brilliant set of presentations and Mushfiq's questions, that if you kind of look, Mushfiq's last question was across South Asia, but if we look within each of these countries, in some ways there's been a kind of linguistic binary that has driven these countries apart, right? So Hindi Urdu was the kind of basis for partition in many ways, and the separation of Devanagari and Nastaliq as scripts of a common spoken Hindustani tongue kind of were in some ways you might argue the axis along which the subcontinent is partitioned in 1947. Then kind of Bengali, and Mushfiq made that interesting comment that him and Asim are Muslims, but there's a very distinct Bengali Muslim and a kind of Pakistani Muslim. And so, again, you see language driving part a common religious kind of, project in Pakistan. And I'm just kind of curious, partly about how, and of course Sri Lanka is kind of famous, infamous for the kind of secessionist movement around language. So my first question is really just about how does it look like in Bangladesh and Nepal? Because language was alluded to by Sailesh yesterday. And so in some ways, when we kind of think about axes of comparisons, both within South Asian countries and then kind of, as Pratap kind of brilliantly did, putting South Asia in a comparative context. So one is, how does language kind of play out in each of these? And is there something to be recognized by the fact that the identity that has really in some senses threatened to kind of, and has successfully led, like, Bangladesh is the only successful secessionist movement, is language what has internally driven us apart? And then is there something by which it is eventually perhaps some sort of common culture on language in kind of the concert yesterday that also brings us together? And something about the exploring the tension, the contradiction, and the potential of that just seems like a kind of creative point of discussion.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, use the mic because I think we're being recorded, and a microphone helps that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ashish. We're three of us are students at the Kennedy School, so we came down for this. You were not here yesterday. So I have a two-part question. One is looking back and one is looking forward. And, maybe this is naive optimism, but at least from my sense of experience with literature, and I'm an Indian citizen, if that matters, but, there is a sense that South Asia as a region has a pre-modern pluralistic tradition within its political fabric. And, there is a divide between the characteristic of the state, if the state is authoritarian, if the state is becoming, and the social fabric of societies within these regions. You could have an authoritarian state, but you could have a pluralistic secular society in many contexts. Of course, as the state goes in one direction, society also moves there, and it becomes a chicken and egg kind of a situation. They kind of keep feeding each other. So, is there a pathway through which the pre-modern pluralism can be reclaimed? Maybe through English, right? South Asia is the largest English-speaking region of the world. If you actually count numbers, India probably is the largest English-speaking country in terms of pure speakers of English. So that's the looking back component. The looking forward component is, the nature of identity is changing, and the nature of identity will always keep changing. So are there other elements of the South Asian experience which can be used to transcend these issues that we face? For example, a collective interest to avoid the most adverse effects of climate change. With things that are happening in the Pacific and so on, are there common macroeconomic challenges that the subcontinent and South Asia faces? So, it's almost like, okay, these things are problematic, they will keep continuing, let them continue in public squares, public spheres, but, we can all decide that there are common things that affect us, and we use that to transcend the issues that we are facing. Technological governance, right? So just two parts.
Yeah, Ani, go ahead. You take the and then we'll try and answer this round of questions.
Yeah, I have a very quick question. So just that this is a panel on politics, and I know it's a hard task for we're synthesizing the stories of 5 different countries here. But I want to add and ask: no one said anything about subnational politics and how that where does the potential there lie for bucking the trend, in this case bucking sort of national trends that each of you have spoken about and we're all very worried about, but something about kind of what what do we see at the subnational level that can offer some sort of promise as we're moving the conversation towards the future?
So are there any other questions? There is one, yeah. Can you get the mic there? Let's respond to yesterday's problem by accommodating as many questions as possible.
Hi, I just thank you for an excellent panel. I just underscore that, just to extend what Dr. Mehta said, that we also have a record number of political arrests in the country today. I mean, it's really interesting in India now. When you live in India, I mean, there's just in the last 5 years, the most vocal regional politicians from political parties that have now been subsumed by the BJP, who were had a very strong. It's really interesting. Key spokesperson of political parties across different states have been arrested. We've never seen these kind of arrests. They've been arrested under the most frivolous laws. They've not been arrested for doing anything. They've been arrested under a potential transaction under a law called PMLA. Dr. Mehta has written about this a lot. So it's really interesting. A most absurd law is being used to arrest political opponents. So we live in a country in India today. I thought I'd just underscore this sort of sense of fear that Indians live with today that they've never experienced before. Because one thing Indians took for granted, and a very strong sense of basic freedoms and liberties, that doesn't exist anymore. And for Indians living in India, they have to be really circumspect. And I just wanted to underscore that I actually live in India, and I thought about making this comment since yesterday, that after Mushfiq made the comment about can we be really open in these public forums. And I thought, I'll make this comment because maybe next time the Indian government won't let me leave the country. I'm serious, because this is actually the real sense of fear even common Indians feel today. So I thought I just sort of underscore that the number of people who've been arrested or are arrested routinely where process is punishment. They most likely they will get bail, maybe in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but the process is punishment. And I wanted to just mention the example of a really fantastic Malayali Muslim journalist, Siddiq Kapan. It's a case that is really kind of it's really depressed Indians in a really big way. He went as a Malayali journalist to report in UP on a rape case in Hathras, where a young girl, a Dalit girl, was raped. The UP police arrested him. They questioned him and they asked him why he came here. Among the list of questions, they found that he said, I speak 3 languages. I speak English, Malayalam, and Arabic. They said, you don't speak Hindi. And I'm just connecting with Dr. Mehta's point. He said, you don't speak Hindi. He said, I don't speak Hindi because I'm a Malayali. But why do you speak Arabic? He was arrested. He spent 2 years in jail.
Released yesterday.
The order has just come yesterday with lots of conditions. I mean, this is the reality of India that we live in today, where basic freedoms do not exist anymore. So I thought, and I want to ask Dr. Mehta, we use a term very loosely in the country, and I don't want to use it carelessly, but I want to ask you, are we today living in a fascist country? Are we today living in a fascist country? Can we be brave and courageous enough to say that we might be living in a fascist country? Sorry.
Okay, so let's say the following. Let India now dominate this conversation. Let everyone say something about which questions they would like to respond to. So, Avi. Which ones attracted your attention and you would like to?
I want to start with Mushfiq's questions about regional identity, and I want to start by making an observation that at the time, national identity, regional cooperation, these are the topics that I want to cover. I'll start by making an observation that at the time of Indian independence, there were 3 states in the Himalayas. Apart from India, of course, and Pakistan in the Western Himalaya, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Nepal. Okay, so Sikkim becomes incorporated as an Indian state eventually. Bhutan is not represented on this panel, but Nepal is, and I want to dwell on why might that be the case. And I think that it has very much to do with the fact that there is and there has been in these last 70 years and going back a sense of Nepali national identity distinct from Indian identity, distinct from any other kind of identity. That's been quite important and quite salient. And it's been something that Indian policy makers in Delhi have had a very difficult and somewhat strange time dealing and confronting with this. How do you deal with Nepal? And periodically you see that like there's, I think a pivotal moment in Nepal-India relations and the realization that like Nepal is here to stay. There's a Nepali national identity. Was the hijacking of IC-814 in 1998, and it became clear that, if relations between the countries aren't managed, if Nepal continues to be a weak state, then it can be a real thorn in the side of India. It can be a breeding ground for terrorist activity, all kinds of trouble. And then there were that was a time in which Nepal-India relations were somewhat strained. And I remember a couple of years after that, there were protests in Kathmandu. The Hrithik Roshan riots took place because Hrithik Roshan apparently made some disparaging comments about Nepalis. And India's looking at, struggling, it's confronting this fact that there's this very strong sense of Nepali national identity. And so I think that, in terms of cooperation between the country, Mushfiq, yesterday you mentioned that there's 10 kilometers separating the Nepal border with the Bangladesh border, and how nice it would be to be able to connect the two countries through a road because Nepal would enjoy port access, and but Nepal could have port access in Calcutta too. I mean, the issue is that I think that connecting this road between Biratnagar and the Bangladesh border, you have to pass through 10 kilometers of Indian territory, and that's going to be a non-starter. I mean, let's face it, it's a non-starter. So I don't know. I mean, there are national identities. It would be nice if we had a pan-regional identity that helped us get around the salience of these national identities to achieve a certain degree of cooperation in the region. But I'm going to continue being pessimistic.
Sarah, which question would you like to respond to?
A similar one.
Yeah.
Same one. Yeah, I mean, I think in the Sri Lankan case,
if you can come closer to it.
In the Sri Lankan case, we are an island, and therefore we tend to sort of see things somewhat differently, I think, from the other countries. But I will divide it into two. One is the sort of state-to-state relations, and there we always wanted to maintain an independence, if you like, and therefore a notion of a South Asian identity didn't come into it. We always wanted to maintain an independence, and that maintenance of independence was vis-a-vis India. And so, for example, in 1971 war, we allowed Pakistani planes to come and refuel. We tried to negotiate in the India-China issue in 1962, all of that. So we tried to sort of project this image of this one little country that was independent and was not either for one side or the other. But at a people-to-people level, of course, there are lots of contacts. But at the same time, those contacts are poisoned by the ethnic question. The belief now in Sri Lanka is that India will invariably support the Tamils. And that right throughout that ethnic conflict, the one thing that we were all assured of, and we all believed in, I think, to a large extent, although the very singular nationalists didn't, was that under no circumstances would India allow a separate state. India would not allow a separate Tamil state. So there is a sort of notion that the closer we get to India, the more that sort of majority with a minority complex thing will become heightened. And we will fear that we will be sort of gobbled up in some way. So I mean, as a consequence, I mean, SAARC, for example, is the weakest, least effective regional grouping anywhere in the world. And why? And quite frankly, the reason is everyone else's perceptions of India. And I don't think that's going to be resolved. I honestly don't think that's going to be resolved. In Sri Lanka at the present moment, we have the Chinese dimension. That's in the politics. And you know, you ask any survey, you ask any Sri Lankan, who do you think is Sri Lanka's best foreign friend or whatever? It used to be India, not anymore, it's China. But now it's changed somewhat because of the $3 billion odd that India has given us in this current crisis. But it's a love-hate relationship. It's an absolute love-hate relationship. And of course, I mean, technology and television and all of that, I think more Sri Lankans now might understand more Hindi and Urdu than they ever did before because of that. Yeah.
The language question that came up, someone raised that over there, and let me bring to the table how Bangladesh was created. One of the issues from 48 to 52 to begin with was the language question, despite the fact the majority was the Bengali speaking. The marginalization was not based entirely or exclusively on the issue of language, but language became the instrument in that case of the resistance. However, what is important that at the later period, since the independence of Bangladesh, that same language had become not only became hegemonic, but it also became an instrument of marginalization of the indigenous population. The debate in 1972, when the constitution issue was being debated, insistence on a specific identity called Bengali, that is the Bengali, as opposed to the diversity and heterogeneity that Bangladesh has, was a clear indication of the Bangladeshi state's approach to plurality in terms of it. And then the second point that I'm drawing on the Bangladesh case because that is I'm more comfortable with. And the second point that this the identity does not stop in the language question alone. I mean, it's not, because if you're talking about the Bengali as an ethnic identity, where does West Bengal, place itself? Remember, in 1971, the first flag that Bangladesh is as a resistance movement, and during the war, they had to put a map, East Pakistan, former East Pakistan map, to clearly identify that we are not talking about a larger Bengal, or that was proposed in 1947. There's a very clear indication. So ethnicity is an issue when we are talking about in 1947 to 1971. But with the language was one part. Then in post-independence Bangladesh, that language has become an instrument of marginalization and oppression. And also the ethnic identity, the Bengali majoritarianism that I see in Bangladeshi state, the long war that we have witnessed in case of Chittagong hill tracts. Hardly we talked about it. And then the Bengalis were completely oblivious to a war going on in its own country, which was independent. So there are the issues, what kind of role this language. And then the religion question then was intermingled with this identity. So what happened is that Bengali means what? When the question of religion was inserted into it, there was this claim as if that, by being ethnically Bengali, by definition of certain interpretation of secularism was inserted into it, without any conversation whatsoever. Bangladesh constitution included secularism without the conversation with the Bangladeshis. It was excluded, included, whatever the elites wanted to do, never asked anybody about this. So the point is, the religion question came in. So am I a Bengali Muslim Bengali? Does that make me the majoritarian one? And what we are witnessing in the Bangladeshi states, the behavior towards the minority, not only Hindus, but the indigenous population, is this precisely this notion of Bengali Muslim majoritarian argument that this is our state and that's it. You are somewhat being placed here, that's fine, stay here, but I'm not going to be representing you, kind of things. That's why transcending that language is not only about the language itself, that the political instrument, the political power sharing, and the hierarchy of power that creates, and particularly states and laws that creates, is absolutely something that we cannot avoid.
Shandana?
I think continuing exactly on that and maybe answering a few of the questions in the process is the fact that I think I think we would all really like better linkages across South Asia and this identity, but I think there's two reasons for why we would get very nervous about that. One is what everyone has said in this room pretty much, is that we're all reeling from what has been the attempt to create a national identity in the first place. So all minorities and different groups are just reeling from that attempt around language, around everything else. So our history and our sense of history around what it means to create common identities is scary. The second one, of course, is what it means now with India as part of that South Asian identity. And India very much could have gone in the direction that China has gone in and played that role, but India hasn't gone in that direction and played that kind of a role for the region. And everybody's developing these close links with China, where it could very easily, in a larger South Asia and a more integrated South Asia, have been around India and its economic power. So India makes us a little bit nervous across the countries as well, and what role it might play. And what's currently happening in India just makes people that much more uncomfortable around it. But I think where we can take this forward is if it's not about the sort of political project of a common identity, then it is at least an academic project of trying to deal with common questions and common challenges. And I think that's what we've been doing today. So, and I think that's where we really need to think of ourselves a little bit as a region. I mean, Pakistan is still internationally, you're trying to still figure out whether we are in South Asia or West Asia. I mean, it's sort of all still up there in the air. But if we were to pick up those questions, I stopped with polarization being a common question. We've been talking about the fact that the very awkward attempt at state building projects is a common question to ask. I think the question of demography is an important one to ask. Climate change you just talked about. I mean, Lahore and Delhi fight every winter for the most polluted city label in terms of their air quality. And language. And from yesterday's session, the issue of tax GDP ratios and our deficits and our debt. So these are very common questions that talk to common challenges. And if we can just recognize at least the fact that comparative question has to be taken up, then maybe the sort of identity of being a region is something that will come with it, because we recognize the commonalities where they lie without the political nervousness around it.
The classical solution to the identity problem in the 1930s, 40s was proposed by the leftists and Congress Party, and that's not simply leftists and Congress Party, that class-based politics is overcome identity. And they simply failed that project.
Yeah.
That project failed. And this, you read Nehru again and again, and he gives up this argument by 47, he does. Then he returns to it once again after 47 partition horrors. He said, maybe there's one more try, and then just doesn't work. This idea that class or economy-based politics can overcome identity issues. Communist Soviet Union could do it. Communist China could do it to some extent. Communist Soviet Union, in fact, recognized regional or national identities as a way to overcome them, and created what they called a communist or a Soviet citizen, as opposed to a Estonian or et cetera, et cetera. But that project, that great 20th century project is probably lies in ruins right now. One last question, Mr. Singh, and then we've also already taken 10 extra minutes that I wanted to, so let's have 2 more minutes. How's that? No, we were getting the microphone.
So I have a civil service background in India, in UNESCO, and now I work pro bono for a civil society trust in Rajasthan. I think the answer lies in the way this forum is constituted. There is no representative of any of the South Asian states. And look at the quality of discussion and camaraderie. So that's one. And secondly, if you want to link it with what happened last night, the musical performance, that is the soft power which brought us together. Neither the military nor these economic statistics will ever get us together, and least of all the politicians. I think the opportunity provided by the Saxenas should be used to get together intellectuals, poets, artists, singers, and see what is common rather than what divides us. and work at a level which keeps the state at bay. I'm talking after being in the civil service for so long. I feel liberated, but I'm also scared. I think the Indian colleague there, I keep getting warned in India. You know. A person who served India's civil service for 30 years is being warned by colleagues not to speak. There is a serious situation, and the only way we can overcome is just to show the state its place. I think South Asia, in South Asia, I think a lot of literature from the West and so on shows that the state has never been superior to civil society. We've given it too much space, and it's creating havoc in our lives. I had the opportunity to prepare a paper for SARC, for UNESCO Delhi, for the South Asian region, and I prepared 3 drafts. They may be somewhere on my computer. It's a very difficult task. But there is, to our surprise, there is a SARC university in Delhi. Why don't we use it to, be on the panel? There are several initiatives. And what we were recommended is it should be institution to institution, between civil society, with the state as a facilitator where possible. So maybe there's something around these which we can think of.
At least the Indian state has launched a true war on civil society. India's national security advisor, while addressing the graduates of the police academy, in the official address said that the war is now with civil society. This is his language.
Yes, it
the
is.
The war is now with civil society. Please, you graduating police officers, learn that this is the new war, civil society.
I'm a graduating civil servant. But you know what? Very distinguished educationists, I won't name them, have left my board of trustees because of the invasion on their privacy and the fear of surveillance. They have just left. And we are subjected to all kinds of telephones from the Ministry of Home Affairs. I've been asked, when will you be home? Can you come and see? Can we come and see you? I said, no, I'm not a film star. Ask me what you want on the telephone. I have an email address. So situation is very grim indeed. There's no question about it.
On that somber note, which registered the decline of freedoms in virtually every part of South Asia, in some in a more forceful way than in others, but decline everywhere. We break our not very rosy panel discussion on politics. Hope the culture discussion will be. Because there's something about soft power sharing. There's something soft. What Ali did yesterday did show that there is a shared pool. There is some kind of shared cultural pool. There are all kinds of religious motifs merged into an art form to which everyone can relate. There was quite a insanely cultural moment in a way. Right? You could just see how many people were dancing from what kinds of backgrounds, and ease with which he was communicating and telling you what ghazal is about, and what this is about, and what Yemen is about, and where Yemen came probably from Mohmand. I mean, this is a very interesting story. This is how the article begins. That Yemen there is about Rag Yemen, and this is it's a very interesting creative twist. So I'm being asked to now say, let's close. Where is the lunch?
That was so subtle.
Okay, so we go across Star Plaza. Let's thank our panelists.
So welcome. I'm Prerna Singh, a professor of political science and international studies and a member of the steering committee of the Saxena Center for Contemporary South Asia. And on behalf of Professor Shahzad Bashir and myself, I am at once both humbled and thrilled to introduce these incredible, inspiring individuals here to you. Each of our distinguished panelists deserves the most extensive and fulsome of introductions. And together, they have both cast a new light on those multiple grave challenges facing our times and our region in particular, which we have been hearing so brilliantly but soberingly articulated by this morning's panels and also by yesterday. But in addition to pushing us actively to think, returning to Professor Mehta's evocation of Mr. Saxena's inaugural remarks about these difficult issues with a specific eye towards marginalization and inclusion, our panel today, through their words, their vision, their voice, they have given us moments of reflection, of contemplation, and of thinking in peace. I think of Vikram Doctor, who I have read for so many years now, whose writings have shaped how we think of the history, the production, and the role of food in Indian society and culture and beyond, and also its sustainability in the future, given climate change, a grave shared challenge that we have not really discussed. I also think of Vikram's tireless, inspiring work to abolish Article 377, which was the 18-year-long struggle to decriminalize homosexuality in India. I think of Manjushree Thapa, of her award-winning novels of the themes of loss, identity, of strength, but also solidarity, that are so elegantly and skillfully set against the politics and history of Nepal, in The Tutor of History, and all of us in our own lives, of her own non-fiction writing, including The Lives We Have Lost, a moving collection of her reportage and editorials on Nepal's Maoist war and peace process. I think of The Boy from Siklis, a biography of her mentor, the groundbreaking environmentalist Chandra Gurung. And in addition to her own words, which have been translated themselves into French, German, Finnish, Italian, Japanese, and Nepali, she has, as a literary translator of Nepali works into English, brought the words, and in doing so, the worlds of others, particularly Nepali writers, to us. I think, of course, of Marina Tabassum, winner of almost every prestigious architectural award, including Lifetime Achievement Awards. I think of her oeuvre, contemporary yet reflectively rooted to place, engaging with climate, context, culture, history. Her Aga Khan Architectural Award-winning Bet-ur-Ruf Mosque, built over several years with a teeny budget, shorn of all expected mosque iconography, foregrounding materiality and light, a space built not just for worship, but a home for an underserved community in the periphery of Dhaka, that most, in Mushfiq and statistical terms, the most unlivable of cities on our increasingly unlivable planet. And I think, finally, of the one and only Ali Sethi, beyond the lyrical intensity and melody of Pasuri. Ashu mentioned Ali's editorial with Pankaj Mishra in The Guardian. I think also of The Wishmaker that I bought so many years ago, a pirated copy at a traffic light in Delhi. It's the ultimate symbol of success in South Asia, is if your book is pirated and sold for like 100 rupees. A first-rate novel, the New York Times' words, not mine, which has been translated into Italian, Dutch, German, Chinese, and Turkish, and in a final concluding hopeful signal that pan-South Asian solidarity that we all crave and have been calling for, also into Hindi. So with that, I turn over to this distinguished set of panelists, and thank you again for joining us today.
So I think we're going to begin with Vikram, please.
Okay, so yeah, post-lunch is always the hard slot. Everybody's like sleepy, so we might as well talk a little bit more about food, and and hope people don't go further to sleep. I want to say, I'm really thankful to the Saxena Center, to Prerna, and for inviting me, and to my really old friend Holly Schaefer from from Brown, who has helped bring my name into this discussion, because what I'm here to talk about, food writing and the growth of food studies, is relatively new as a discipline in itself. And it's not something that normally features in sort of conversations and spaces like this. And I'm really honored that I've been asked to speak and bring in this subject. And I should say why I started writing about food, 25 years back, simply because for me, food was a way to start conversations with people of all kinds. And yesterday, in his address, when Mr. Saxena said that he, donated the money for the center to encourage a place where people could think and to have conversations with each other, that resonated very deeply with me because to me, food is one way that you can have a conversation with anybody. And it's a way to have conversations with people who are normally left out of conversations. Women, older women in particular, who have always been marginalized in India, but who are the ones in whose hands food production has been left a lot. There are ways there have been initiatives, for instance, like there was an amazing initiative called the Dharavi Biennale, which was set up to encourage arts and projects coming out from Dharavi, the biggest slum in Mumbai. And one person, Prerna Singh, who was asked to do a project, she was trying to encourage conversations from the women who were very reluctant to talk because nobody had listened to them. Nobody ever talked to them in their lives. And finally, she got them to start cooking. And she produced an extraordinary book, and we were just talking to Holly about it yesterday. It's with a very funny title. It's called The Indecisive Chicken. And it's a book that showcases the lives of 8 women from Dharavi through the food that they make. It's an extraordinary book. And to me, that's the way food helps us open up conversations. It even helps us open up conversations with people who literally cannot speak. And again, this is something I've been working on recently because I wrote about an amazing place that has opened up recently in Chennai called the Museum of Possibilities. And the Museum of Possibilities is actually a showcase of technologies for the differently abled. And again, I wanted to mention this because this session is about marginalization. And again, the differently abled are the most literally marginalized in South Asia all the time. Their needs, their problems hardly ever feature in these sort of discussions. And again, food came up in very fascinating ways because I was speaking to because a lot of the technologies were about how to adapt kitchens and how to adapt your living conditions and things like that, but also about language. Again, we were talking earlier about languages, disappearing languages. The language that nobody ever talks about is Indian Sign Language. How many of us are even aware of the histories of Indian Sign Language, which is actually relatively recent? What I've been able to learn is that up till about 2000, there were multiple dialects of Indian Sign Language, which post 2000 have started coming together and coming to create one single sign language, a bit on the lines of ASL, but it has received none of the support that, say, ASL has received. The way ASL is being integrated into places like television or universities or places like that in the US is something you will never see. I have never seen a politician in India who will share space with an ISL signer. And the person I was speaking to, who is somebody who's worked a lot with the development of ISL, gave me a fascinating example of the sort of changes. She told me that how the word for vegetable has changed. Originally, one of the main words for vegetable was like this. Now, can anybody here, since ISL usually has a source in something physical, why would this be the word for vegetable? Exactly, the fixed blade knife. The fixed blade knife, which is such a fundamental part of so many South Asian cuisines, that which again is so different from the West. The West, where the idea of a fixed blade knife, doesn't exist. Whereas it's very fundamental to many traditional South Asian cuisines. So it's called the bonti in Bengal and similar terms, and which is why the older term for cutting vegetables was this. But the thing is, the fixed blade knife is disappearing. It's disappearing from Indian culture because the knowledge of how to use a fixed blade knife is vanishing. Chitrita Banerjee has written a fascinating essay about this, about the changes in kitchens and the changes in the lives of women that is making a fixed blade knife disappear, and that is also mirrored in sign language. So actually the term for sign language in Indian Sign Language now for vegetable is, which is the modern chopping. So we've gone from this to this, and to me, this is an example of how, talking about food brings in all kinds of conversations, all kinds of marginalizations. And, again, because the way food studies brings in so many different disciplines is something that is really being appreciated relatively recently. I thought I should give you one example, again, from something I wrote about quite recently, one of the most popular foods, which is tandoori chicken. Tandoori chicken, again, has been in the news because, 75 years of independence means, unfortunately, 75 years of partition. And tandoori chicken is often spoken about as one of the few things that came out of partition, which was relatively positive. And everybody knows the story that is put out by places like Moti Mahal, that how refugees coming from near Afghanistan, from the Northwest Frontier Province, bought the tandoors, which are these sort of clay ovens sunk into the earth, which are used across Central Asia. They got them to Delhi and started putting chickens in them, and suddenly you had tandoori chicken. This is the standard story that is told by everybody. But to me, the story is a bit more complicated than that, because number one, there were tandoors in northern India earlier. Because it's not like partition was the first reason why people started coming from those areas towards Delhi. So there were tandoors earlier. What changed? What brought things together to create tandoori chicken at that particular point of time? Well, obviously, chickens are one thing. Now, chickens are very fascinating, have a very fascinating and slightly odd history in Indian cuisine, in Indian history, because they probably descend from the Indian red jungle fowl, which is native to India. But they're curiously absent from the sort of historical record. And, there are different theories about it. One theory is that because they're scavengers, they were probably seen as unclean. So many Indian communities didn't eat chicken. And it's true that the major domestication of chicken happened in Southeast Asia, on one side in Persia, on the other side, outside India, even though the bird actually originates from India or Northeast India, more likely. So the chicken farming really comes back to India with the British in a big way. The British are the ones who really promote chicken farming for a very simple reason. Once they built a network of dark bungalows, the sort of bungalows where anybody could stop and stay, spend a night, they needed an easy source of meat because, of course, being British, they had to have meat. And for that reason, they encouraged the dark bungalows to start poultry farming because, you see, it was too expensive to kill a goat or have goats ready just in case somebody comes, but a chicken could easily be killed when somebody came. I mean, it became so common that, the joke was that one of the standard dishes was called sudden death because somebody would come, there'd be a frantic squawking, and then a chicken would be ready for your meal. The other advantage of having chickens was that you had eggs, so the next day he would be able to have eggs for breakfast. Most important of all, he could have caramel custard for dessert. One reason why caramel custard is this ubiquitous Indian dessert is because the British promoted poultry farming and eggs. So yes, there were chickens, but they were pretty tough chickens. Okay, I mean the dark bungalow chicken was notorious for being like almost inedible. And again, everybody thinks of chickens today in terms of broiler chickens, but broiler chickens didn't exist in India at that time. I mean, actually, it's interesting that we're here in Rhode Island because this is actually the area where broiler chickens come from. So not so much Rhode Island, though Rhode Island's native bird, bizarrely enough, is a chicken. Rhode Island and Delaware are two states that have chickens, different types of chickens as their state birds. But actually, it's in Delaware. Where almost exactly 100 years back, in 1923, the story is that there was this farmer's wife who had ordered 50 chicks. And at that time, birds were raised for eggs, and then once they were old and fairly tough, they were killed. So the ways of cooking them were usually stewing them. But instead of getting 50 chicks, she got 500 chicks. It was like a mailing mistake. So stuck with 500 chicks, she decided to raise them. And very crucially, supply them to New York, where suddenly a new market for chickens had developed. Because New York in the 1920s was being flooded by immigrants, both African Americans from the southern states and Jewish and European immigrants from Europe. both these communities, neither of them wealthy, wanted meat. Chicken was actually the ideal meat, especially for the Jewish communities, because the chickens could be brought live to the city and slaughtered in front of them in a kosher way. So suddenly, this huge demand for chickens developed in New York and cities on the eastern seaboard. And the farmers in the Delmarva Peninsula, basically, where Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia meet, developed this industry in broiler chickens. And that's pretty much how the broiler chicken industry developed in the 1920s and 1930s. But these chickens, broiler chickens, were not available in India. At that time, they only really come to India after specific allocation is made for poultry farming in the second five-year plan. And that's when India's huge, now gigantic, and very controversial, chicken industry develops. So what was available for Moti Mahal and for all the restaurateurs who came over partition were these pretty tough chickens. And this is where actually the Moti Mahal, probably Kundanlal Gujral of Moti Mahal, did actually play a key role. He marinated it in dahi, in yogurt. And this is the thing about tandoori chicken. The real key to tandoori chicken is yogurt. It's not so much the chicken, it's the yogurt marinade, which tenderizes and makes the chicken juicy. And a last piece of the puzzle fell into place for me from Madhur Jaffrey, because she writes in her memoir that the one big change, because Madhur comes from a very old Delhi Kayast family, and she says that the one big change that she remembers from partition was that Punjabis came with water buffaloes. And suddenly water buffalo milk became widely available, and water buffalo milk products became widely available in Delhi. It's not that there were no water buffaloes earlier, but water buffaloes have a very curious reputation. They are fundamental to Asia, to South Asia, to milk products, but they're looked down on, particularly for obvious reasons, because the cows are prioritized, water buffaloes are seen as inferior. But Punjabis came with their herds of Mara and Neeli Ravi water buffaloes and started making water buffalo milk and water buffalo milk products available. This water buffalo, particularly for dahi. And this dahi was what was used for tandoori chicken. So it's amazing, all these facets come together. And to me, this is what. So this is an example of the sort of stories how food writing can bring together many stories, can bring together hidden stories. I mean. Again, I've been given 15 minutes left, but I'm going to spend 1 minute on water buffaloes because I'm personally very, very fond of water buffaloes. I write about water buffaloes a lot. I could spend the next 15 minutes talking about water buffaloes, but I won't. But I will just say this, that, South Asia is actually a land of the water buffalo in all its countries. Cows are being pushed down our necks, cows are being prioritized for political reasons, but Amul's whole success was built on water buffalo, something Amul is now conveniently forgetting. Water buffaloes are important in Pakistan, in Punjab, in Sri Lanka recently. I mean, that amazing kitul and yogurt, water buffalo yogurt is the quintessential Sri Lankan dessert. And recently, I mean, just this year, something only water buffalo enthusiasts like me would have noticed was that a specific species of water buffalo was identified genetically in Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka has water buffaloes. Bangladesh had a growing water buffalo population because it's suited for physically for Bangladesh. I mean, interestingly, the growing salinity of the marshes and the soils of Bangladesh is causing a problem for water buffaloes. So again, water buffaloes as a marker. And Nepal, of course, is famous for water buffaloes because of that one festival where every year, something like 2,000 water buffaloes are slaughtered. So all I'm going to say is that if the Saxena Center ever wants a mascot, please consider using a water buffalo as your mascot. As I said, this way of looking at food studies is relatively new, but actually food has been part of the public discourse in India all along. And there have been some really great writing recently about this. I mean, Benjamin Siegel's book, Hungry Nation, I think is an outstanding example of a book that looks at the importance of hunger and food policies in the 1950s and early 1960s. And that book, gives many examples of one of the realities of India, one of the realities that food writers like me, I think, need to remember, that, we write about cuisine, we write about the differences in cuisine, we write about restaurants, we write about the wonderful, luxurious cuisines that are being made. But at the fundamentally, one fact you cannot escape from India is that hunger is still an issue. Hunger is an issue, malnutrition is an issue. And somehow, it should not stop us writing about all the other types of food that exist, but we cannot ignore the centrality of hunger in our cuisine and in food in India. And what books like Benjamin's book does very, very powerfully is show us how India was born into hunger. We were born at a time when partition deprived us of the wheat of Pakistan, of the rice of Burma in particular, and to some extent Bangladesh. I mean, in the initial years, and there are fascinating stories about which have been forgotten now about how Nehru, for instance, was trying to get people to eat different types of food. So he planted sweet potatoes in the grounds of Trimurti House, and he took people, for visits and encouraged people to eat sweet potatoes. And all these histories have been forgotten because then the Green Revolution comes and floods us with food, and the hunger of the 50s and the often great innovations that were tried in the 1950s have been forgotten. For instance, soy, which we don't think of as being an important product in India. Actually, a lot of experimentation happens in the 1950s on soy products. And again, this gets forgotten, though bit by bit, stealthily, through the midday meals scheme, soy and soy products have become very critical to India again. So these are all examples of the way in which food features in the sort of public discourse in India. But I'm just going to end by talking about one specific way which I have been writing a lot about, is the sort of vegetarian, non-vegetarian divide. Because this is a very perplexing situation where food is literally being weaponized in ways that are curiously distorting. I mean, we know the reasons for it, so I won't go into it. But essentially, vegetarian food is being weaponized as ideal. There are many examples, of at the National Museum, for instance, some years back, where the non-vegetarian food was stopped because it was felt it was disrespectful to all the gods and goddesses who are placed on display at the National Museum. In many states, the midday meal scheme, which is mostly vegetarian, but has an allocation should have an allocation of an egg. The egg allocation is being stopped again, and there is this constant valorization of vegetarian food. Now, what is happening as a sort of counter to that is that progressive people are pushing non-vegetarian food forward. I mean, the most bizarre example of this happened with a friend of mine. I mean, many people here know Ram Guha, who is himself a lifelong vegetarian. And when he came to Goa a few years back, he very pointedly ate beef for the first time in his life and then tweeted about it, creating a huge storm. And I love Ram. I revere him. I'm part of this community who call ourselves the Ram Bucks because we worship pretty much everything Ram does. But to me, that was a particularly stupid gesture. I mean, if you've been a vegetarian all your life, eating beef as a sort of political statement, to me, is somehow wrong. Because in the West and abroad, being a progressive means eating less meat. It means being a vegetarian, because for very clear reasons, because eating less meat is vital for sustainability, for the future of our planet, for reasons of animal cruelty, because of the extreme amounts of cruelty involved in the factory farming of livestock. These are all reasons why, very correctly, people are. It doesn't mean that you have to go vegan. It means that you just have to eat less meat, and this is the progressive position abroad. Whereas in India, this whole position is flipped. I mean, being progressive means not eating meat, but eating a lot of meat, which is daft. I mean, I can appreciate the political reasons for it, but it's still, all the other reasons for it are completely wrong. And above all, what I dislike about this sort of polarization, which is the sort of polarization we're seeing in so many other ways in society and culture in India, is that it misses out a whole central area. A lot of my personal interest as a food writer, as a food documenter, has been in chronicling what I call semi-vegetarian food. And this is, again, we are talking about marginalization. This is the food of literally marginal communities. It's the food of coastal India. You don't get more marginal in the sort of Indian geographic framework than the coasts. It is the food of Dalit and lower caste communities. And this, what I call semi-vegetarian food, is food that is mostly vegetarian, but includes a little bit of meat. And these sort of dishes are very typical to many communities across India, especially across the coast. It's through the monsoons, especially on the west coast of India, when you can't go out for fishing, communities depend on dried fish, dried prawns to sustain themselves through the monsoon. And they combine that with all the greens which grow during the monsoons, and they make incredibly delicious dishes of pumpkin with dried prawns, and a whole range of foods. Dalit communities across India have cooked offal meats, for ages, and partly because they were not allowed access to other meats. And these meats are combined with vegetables and other. How much time? Yes, I'll wind up. With other foods. Now, this, what I call semi-vegetarian food, is very traditional to India. It's very nutritious because it involves a lot of vegetables with a certain amount of meat, so that's actually nutritionally ideally balanced. It's extremely sustainable because you're not only eating meat. And this sort of food is disappearing. It doesn't fit into the binaries of vegetarian, non-vegetarian. Restaurants, which again, it's not vegetarian. Because it has a little bit of meat, vegetarians won't eat it, but it's not meaty enough for these hardcore non-vegetarians today. So restaurants don't feature non-vegetarian food. I mean, I live in Goa, a state which has an incredibly diverse history of these kinds of semi-vegetarian dishes. You will not find it on almost any restaurant menu. People come to Goa to eat meat, and that is their perception of Goan food, which is ridiculous. It's not. It's a sort of perversion of Goan food. So, to me, this is what I try and do as a food writer. I try and talk about the actual histories, the sort of foods that exist on the ground, what people eat, where the food comes from. And I find it's a way of opening up a lot of really great conversations. I'm really thankful to the Saxena Center for helping me to come here to help share some of these conversations with you. And I'm really happy to know that from Holly that Brown is actively thinking of developing a food studies program on the lines of what NYU has done with Krishnendu Ray. We need spaces like that, mainly because there are lots of great young writers who are coming up today in India, who are documenting, who are chronicling, who are looking at all these aspects of food writing, and it would be fantastic if there are more places like this to give them space. Thank you so much.
Okay, so next we have Marina. Oh, Manjushree. Okay, sorry. We were.
I think we need to go on Sethi,
yeah.
Right? Because she has a presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be at the Saxena Center at Brown University and in the very beautiful ancestral lands of the Narragansett Indian tribe, which is in Canada. We often begin with a land acknowledgement, so I'd like to start my talk with a land acknowledgement. It's particularly a pleasure because I actually went to RISD down the hill, and so when I was a student, I used to take courses at Brown, and it's wonderful to be back to talk at Brown. So I've got, let me see, I'm going to get this going. There you go. A lot of my colleagues yesterday and today, they've already gone through the history of Nepal's political history, so I don't have to focus on this. I will, however, point out a few key things that happened and how that relates to the creative life of Nepal. So this is the basic timeline of what's happened in Nepal. It's been a rush to progressive and democratic politics, and a rush to sort of progressive and democratic culture. So the main timeline that I wanted you to focus on is the 1990, which we've talked about before. That is our generation. That is what we've lived through, or what my generation has lived through. What I basically started to write about after I went back from RISD to Nepal. right after 1990, we start the Maoist revolution. Within 6 years, we've already got a demand for the end of the monarchy, which had been an absolute monarchy for 182 years before 1950, and then after that there was a 30-year rule of absolute monarchy again. So there, in Nepal, it's been a back and forth between absolute monarchy and parliamentary democracy, and basically in 2005, after the massacre of the royal family kind of weakened the royal family, but the Maoists also had their demand for the end of the monarchy was becoming more and more popular among the democratic flank too, and other progressives. And so basically after the king took over for the third time in 2005, the peace process that India helped involve the UN in started our current era right now. So the third kind of attempt at parliamentary democracy. And with that, as my colleague this morning mentioned, the Constituent Assembly was supposed to come up with what Nepalis really wanted was not just any old parliamentary democracy, but a sort of inclusive inclusive democracy. So a lot of the discourse around 2012 and before that, from 2006 to 2012, that was a very heady time when, Nepal is a very soft state. So unlike India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, there was this immense softness in the Nepali state, and everything felt changeable for a while. And so there were a lot of different demands. A lot of the civil rights movements were taking place concurrently with the Maoist revolution. So the Maoists, often made the demand for inclusion that other civil rights movements slowly began to take control of. So the Dalit rights movement, the indigenous rights movement, a lot of the LGBTQ movement, the disability rights, I mean, you name it, all of them, because we started so late. We started in 1990 to seriously try and become a parliamentary democracy. There was such a rush, and it was such a heady time. It was a very, I would say the country was in sort of intellectual ferment from 1990 onwards, pretty much till the failure of the Constituent Assembly in 2012. I'll go back to that. So because I am a writer, of course, my main interest is the rise of consciousness in Nepal. And, I went back from RISD, I was sort of armed with post-colonial theory and Marxist theory and, all of this to try and understand Nepal. And deconstruction theory, those were the big things that you go back from RISD with. So for me, I landed at a slightly more removed theory about what has been happening in Nepal. One is from the Buddhist concept of interdependent arising, which is that we all create our suffering together. We form each other, we create our suffering together, and we can also alleviate that suffering together. I mean this in a purely secular way. I do not mean this in any religious way. So that is very similar to the Marxist concept, which in Nepal, after 1990, the left really became a very vocal part of the political discourse. So there was a very strong sense that our material conditions shape us. I prefer the Buddhist concept of interdependence arising, particularly in a soft state like Nepal, where the state is changing us and we're changing the state, and everyone is really affected by each other in a very direct way in such a soft society. The other concept I work with now is the concept of karma, which is, again, not the Hindu concept of karma, but the Buddhist concept of karma, which is your mental habits. So you can change your behavior if you change your mental habits. And for me, in terms of the mental habits that we in Nepal have been in, it's very clearly the mental habit of absolutism, of sort of undemocratic, exclusionary kind of cultural habits that we're into. And that's been the fight certainly in my generation, is between democratic culture and this sort of absolutist culture. I'll just go back to that too. So in 1990, when we basically started the second attempt at parliamentary democracy, I would say that that was obviously a very massive change, but also in a way it was a power shift from one high caste to another. So from the Kshatriya hill caste to the Brahmin hill caste. Neither of these are majorities. Nepal has a sort of majoritarian Hindu vision without having a majority. So it's a very fragmented population. I think the Brahmin caste is about 12% of the population. The Kshatriya caste is about 15% of the population. Together they make a kind of big block, but they're surrounded. And actually, like this concept of majoritarian rule, which has taken hold of the imagination, I would say is again going back to this idea of karma, is a mental habit that Nepalese have got into, thinking in a majoritarian way without actually having any reason to do so. Writers, when I went back post-1990 again, the movement for democracy in 1990 had a moral underpinning that was led by writers, artists, particularly writers, but also people in theater, people in other forms of the arts. And in Nepal, so this is the one really cheerful thing that I can say about Nepal is we're still on a progressive arc. We've been on a progressive arc, mostly. I would say till 2012, we've been on a very strong and sort of rushed progressive arc. So, of course, the engaged writer, which when I studied here, later studied writing in University of Washington, there's such a vision of this individual person working on a novel or something like that. This is not at all the case in Nepal. It's a very collective experience. Everyone is reading everyone else. There's a very strong sense of a public discourse, and what is possible to say in public has been expanded very rapidly. So, writers really are considered public intellectuals. They've led the call for progressive change from 1990 onwards all the way to now. They're still doing that. There was a real confusion in the 1990s between Democrats and progressives who were all considered leftist, and particularly communists. So our mainstream communist parties were formed by Russia and China, sort of those intellectual histories. And then, of course, the Maoist Naxalite influence came in from 1996 onwards. So though that was considered progressive, but there wasn't a sense that you could be a Democrat and also be progressive. So there was this very, throughout all of the civil rights movements, writers who wrote against the monarchy or wanted to end, the monarchy were considered Maoist. And so there was a lot of confusion around what it was possible to say. And so I think a lot of the struggle, intellectual struggle in Nepal, political struggle, was led by writers like C.K. Lal, who is a very prolific commentator who, if you don't read his work, you can't really understand Nepal. Khagendra Sangrola, another writer. Through their writing and through the writing of many, like hundreds of poets, I mean, it's a very literary society. Everyone writes poetry, possibly even economists. So it's a very loquacious society. There's a lot of intellectual ferment. And so a lot of this public discourse was being worked out through literature. And, a lot of poets, so you can make change, of course, as a writer through your own writing, which a lot of writers do. But there is another option available to the Nepali writers. So one, you can bear witness, you hold up a mirror to society. You say, this is what our society is like, these are the problems, a sort of critical stance vis-a-vis power. Or you can write more polemically. So that's all within the act of writing. But there is a very strong tradition of the sort of Tariq Ali model of the street fighting man in Nepal, and particularly among writers who have led demonstrations, who have led political parties, led the moral charge, and really kind of been out on the streets. So almost all of the writers that, well, maybe not almost all, but a lot of writers are regularly arrested. They are part of demonstrations. I've only been to jail once. other colleagues have been to jail many times. And, you know, I've only got beat over the head once. Others have really kind of like taken on this state in a very active way. So you can imagine that for me, formed by America, formed by this sort of bourgeois concept of how we create art, being in this crowd of writers, being in a community of writers who are so actively engaged in trying to figure out what are the stories of Nepal. You know, post-1990, we didn't have censorship. Before that, all scholarship was censored. We didn't really have a sense of the society, a sense of the country. We didn't know what the truth was. So a lot of this search that the writers community has been doing, scholarship community has been doing, is trying to find the real stories about Nepal. Like what are our real histories? Who are we? There are a lot of castes, there are a lot of communities who were not have discovered a kind of pride and have looked into their own history and are asserting their truths. So it's been this incredible gift of being able to be part of a community that is actively leading change. And that's something that I do not experience in North America. And I do think it's something that the North American literary community really misses out on. I know there's certainly a history of engaged writing in Europe, South Asia, of course, and Nepal, absolutely. So a lot of the books I wrote were very much part of this discourse with other writers. So, you know, the Tutor of History, which was set in the first parliamentary democracy election in Nepal, was really a search for what it feels like, because literature is the language of emotion, what it feels like to be a citizen rather than a subject of a king. So what does it feel like to actually have freedom? Seasons of Flight, another sort of huge exclusion that has happened in Nepal is, of course, women's rights. In 1990, when the country became democratic, there were hundreds of laws that were discriminatory against women, and there still is one very important one that discriminates against women, which is citizenship rights. So Seasons of Flight was a novel that I wrote. It's a very male intellectual world in Nepal. The writers that are my colleagues, my peers, it's very male. It tends to be very high caste. That's breaking down a lot, but I felt that it was really important to assert the female body and to kind of just put it out there and to assert female agency. So that is a novel that is very centrally about a woman's agency and right over her own body. Forget Kathmandu, I wrote after the Royal Family Massacre, which was a time when all of us were totally confused. The Maoist movement was at a height. The monarchy self-destructed. Nobody knew what was going to happen. There was a real sort of existential confusion about who we are, as you said this morning. Who is Nepal? Will Nepal survive if it's not going to have a strong monarchy? Or it was only ceremonial at that time, but still that was part of the identity. Then how will it survive? So that was really my attempt to find based on the scholarship that had come out after 1990, to find a modern narrative about who we are. What is the truth of Nepal? To try and get away from, I grew up in a Nepal where we had a very propagandistic history, geography, education. Anything to do with Nepal was basically propaganda. So that was my attempt to kind of break out of that. And then other things too. So the one I want to talk about at the end is the citizenship rights issue. I'm working on a novel right now, which is about citizenship rights. I'm going to go back to the timeline. Because, so I sort of mentioned that 2012 is when I think intellectual ferment of the post-1990 eras really started to falter with the failure of the Constituent Assembly, which had been, the aspiration was that it would create this inclusive new state. We would have all kinds of measures like proportional representation and quotas and federalism and all of this was going to change. All of the language rights movement had resulted in a language commission that, said that these are all 123 languages are our national languages and not just the Nepali language. So there had been like so much of a reimagining of the state that when it failed in 2012, and there was an election to a new constituent assembly, but even then there was so much difficulty imagining. This is my thesis, and this is what the argument I'm making here, is that the karma, the mental habit of authoritarianism, of kind of privileging majoritarian thinking, again, without having a majority population, but sort of privileging hill, high caste communities as part of the national identity, that they somehow just couldn't break through. So that's, basically the Constitution was promulgated after the earthquake in a very rushed, very compromised situation. And the main one, it made many gains. There is federalism now. There are some quotas and reservations in place. But the main thing that it failed us on, which is when I gave up my Nepali citizenship and joined the Canadian one, is the Citizenship Rights Bill, which is even now today being very hotly contested in Nepal. So citizenship is the place where the Nepali state is failing to imagine women as fully human and fully equal. They have created this extremely complicated structure where more than 5 million Nepalis are stateless because women are not allowed to confer citizenship to their own children without the participation of whoever the father is. So it depends on whether the father is cooperative or not. It's a privileging of the male bloodline. It's a sort of Hindu purity, an obsession with Nepali purity and blood, and this sort of all of the thoughts about blood and soil that we now associate with this rising fascism around the world. So Nepal is really stuck there right now. Until then, it was a kind of rush to progress, and I would say that right now, particularly with India and China to the north, which was never going to be a big sort of democratic influence, but with India faltering, I feel like we're really just treading water right now. There's the citizenship bill will have to be decided one way or another within the next week or so, and right now the president is we have a woman president. She is refusing to pass it because she feels like that would allow for a lot of miscegenation. So Indians come across the border, have little half-Indian babies, take over the country. This is the vision that that is, it's amazing. It's millions of people are stateless because of this. So that is the topic for the novel that I am not writing while I give this talk, which I will go back to writing immediately after this program. But I wanted to end with a thank you to the Saxena Center for including the arts, because it's certainly the case in Nepal that the progressive movement, the democratic movement, has been led by the arts, and it hasn't been the other way around. It's if the economy has grown after 1990, which it absolutely has, if we have more rights, which we absolutely do, it is because the writers put their bodies on the line and artists put their bodies on the line. If you go to Nepal right now, if you go to Kathmandu, I'm planning to go in October, you could spend every day going to book readings, theaters, art shows, and talks, and book launch. Like it is a hugely vibrant scene in what is still a fairly soft society or soft state in South Asia. There's still a lot of space for Nepal to kind of break through this stalemate it's in right now. And so there's a lot of cultural work happening. That is the work of that's what we cultural workers do. And so I kind of want to end with a plea to the Saxena Center to not see culture as an adjunct to the economy or to politics, because it can be weaponized, as Vikram was saying. It's when people feel things that they change things, and people feel things through the arts. It can be hugely dangerous. We have just been really lucky that it has not been dangerous. It can be dangerous, and certainly the citizenship bill, the debates around it are quite dangerous and quite fascistic in tone. So yeah, the culture, thank you for including us, thank you for having us, and please make it central. Thank you.
Right, so it's my turn.
Sorry, I should have taken that down.
Right, I just close this here. Okay, so it doesn't show. So I need help. Well, I'm getting the help. Thank you so much for having me. I think I've come the farthest. I'm coming from Bangladesh all the way. So 24 hours of flight time, 10 hours of time difference. So I'm, I would probably be sleeping in my bed at this point. But, so just bear with me if I'm a little sluggish in my brain. And if I'm crossing my 20 minutes time limit or 15 minutes, please let me know. I can immediately stop. So are we there? Yeah, so Marina Tabassum Architects, that's my office, and I am based in Bangladesh. So basically today, since our conversation was around marginalization, I'm kind of decided to show or share with you two projects, which has actually happened in the last 2 years, and to sort of, again, issues about marginalization and climate change. Can we dim the lights here towards the front? No, not the entire thing. I want people to see me, but maybe just the front ones, if that's possible.
The spots?
I think there is a possibility from here.
There, I can do it.
Right, okay, so Bangladesh. We all know where Bangladesh is located. This map here, where it's actually...
Sorry. This is the best I can do here.
All right, so...
The rest is in his hands.
Right, I think, all right, we'll just go ahead. So Bangladesh, if you take away the landmass, the entire area of what you see here is entirely crisscrossed by enormous amount of water body. And we have more than 700 rivers, and there are a lot of different kinds of water bodies, and there are different names for them. So it's really a waterscape rather than a landscape. So the entire idea of a landmass or a land culture did not used to exist till the Japanese and the Koreans and the Chinese came and told us that riverways are not that productive. You need to have roads, so build roads. So we kind of shied away. We looked away from our rivers and the riverine delta that we are, and kind of became much more city-oriented, and we started building our highways and metros and whatnot. So that's one of the cultural difference that you see. But one interesting thing is Bangladesh is actually one of the largest deltas in the world, as you know. 2/3 of Bangladesh landmass is actually delta. And we have 3 major rivers. One is the Ganges, Ganga. When it comes into Bangladesh, it's called Podda. And then the Brahmaputra coming in, known as Jamuna, when it comes into Bangladesh. And then we have Meghna, the other river. So all these 3 rivers converging into the Bay of Bengal actually creates the land. And if you look into, this is like 20 years of data of a NASA image, which shows how the rivers actually change their courses. And while changing the course, it is eroding the banks and also creates these sandbeds in the middle. So it's a very unique form of geographical formation, which is very unique of the Ganges Delta. And what it does actually in a real life, is basically the land is such soft, fragile soil. It's all alluvium, basically sedimentation. And during the monsoon season, when there is water from the rain and also glacial water coming down, it has eroded many of the small towns, cities, and villages. So a lot of small towns and villages have been completely washed away by this action of these changing of courses. And it has rendered a lot of people landless, homeless, internally displaced people. You see that quite a lot, who has moved to different locations. Those who has the ability to buy new land can buy land in that area, and those who doesn't have the capacity generally moves out, goes to the cities, becoming one of the invisible citizens of the country. And so we did a research in the lower Meghna region where we traced these villages and how they have moved from one location to another. So when they move, when a village is facing this crisis of erosion, they generally move. So the movement generally happens, the entire village, including the bazaars and the administration, moves from one location to another location. And we've traced these different places through our research. And then again, as I was saying, that we have these sandbeds that emerge in the middle of the water, in the riverbeds. And these are pure sand, sedimentation during the dry season when the water current becomes much less. And the Ganges Delta is also predominantly, it's a delta which creates these sediments because of this tidal action. So the tidal action creates this whole enormous way of sedimentation in the middle of the riverbeds. And these sandbeds are actually, in many ways, gives people a place to live. And that's basically an 8-year period, generally. So the way it happens is that first there is a sandbed that's emerging, and then there is a certain kind of ecology that takes shape, and slowly, until and unless the sandbed becomes a much more matured in its location, which takes about 8 years' time. And within these 8 years, neither the government nor the locals who doesn't come to claim it. And that gives the people who are landless enough time to kind of live their life off the land. So they do grazing, cattle grazing, and also agriculture, and basically that's how people generally live. And this area, again, especially the lower Meghna and also the Podda River, is very much known for the fish hilsa, the ilish mach, which is the most sought after fish of the Bengalis, very much culturally connected. I don't know if you know about this. All right, great. So that's again one of the major economy driving force why people generally live in these areas. So one thing I would like to focus probably from that research that we did is that map that you see over there. That's the cadastral survey of a certain area, which is known as Heimchor, let's say. So this is a cadastral survey done, CS map as it's called, was done in the 1800s, so 1880 or so. That's when the British started it. And this was it was done basically as the Bengal Tenancy Act. Under the Tenancy Act, the British government started consolidating all these lands, which are actually chores meaning those sandbeds, that we call them chores in our local language. So they were brought in and consolidated and turned into landmass, which used to be called as chores, which means that they were not really land, they belonged to the river, so they would wash away, or that had their own dynamics. So this was consolidated, turned into land, and because there was no ownership, this was then leased out to the locals who were then farming in these areas, and that was a generation of revenue for the East India Company. And one thing to show you is that this is Heimchor at this current time, where you don't see Heimchor being there anymore because it's in the middle of the river. And so what happened because of that reason is that this is the document which is from the British lease document, where they consolidated the land, and that's the lease document. And then when the British left after 200 years, they basically sold the lands or auctioned the lands to the locals. And so the locals bought them, so that's that. And then afterwards, during the Pakistan period, of course, this was just being handed down from one generation to the next generation. So the land deeds kind of moved on from one generation to the next generation. But if you look at the map of the site or the location of this particular land, which was there, and then slowly you'd see that it disappeared. It's not there anymore. And then again, there is a certain bleak of hope coming towards 2020 or so. So basically, the land moves, people move, but the inheritance kind of remains a static thing. So that's actually a very interesting phenomena, because this was an idea of a dry culture that was imposed on a wet culture that really did not exist before that. So what interesting thing is that while we were doing this research, and you'll see this kind of houses all along the river from the Brahmaputra towards up to the, let's say, the lower Meghna rivers. And this is a house form which is vernacular, but it is a knockdown flat pack system. I mean, before IKEA came up with the idea of a flat pack system house, we had that in our landscape for hundreds and 200s of years. So what people generally do is when they see a line cracking in the ground, they immediately start taking down their houses. So these are basically wooden frame, and then they have this corrugated sheet facades. So they take it down, as you can see, and then putting it on a cart or a boat and just moving it to a safer location so that it does not get washed away. And so, and after finding a proper location, they would re-erect it. So basically, it's a disassemble and reassemble kind of a idea which actually exists. And in our local markets in Munshiganj area, you'll find these shops where you can buy these houses, which is great. So, which is really beautiful, and you can add to that. So these houses would cost around $4,000, let's say, a little expensive, but I mean in Bangladeshi terms. But you can add to that. You know, you can add veranda to it. You can add 2 or 3 different forms, and then you can scale it up as you want. You can have a courtyard. So it's a very interesting house form that is something already existing. And so when this was a commissioned research that I just shared with you. This was given to us by Sharjah Architecture Triennial. And so for the triennial, what we did is we bought 3 of these houses from a local market in Dohar, in Bikrampur, and we shipped then all these 3 houses, these flat pack houses, to Sharjah, and we re-erected it. And in that, basically, these are the houses, and it's a beautiful house form, actually. And they have nice, beautiful details also. And so within these houses, we showcased our research work that we had done. But my concern during this COVID time, when there was hardly any work going on in the office, especially everything, all the sites were closed and not working, we decided to get this further, this research, and to come up with an idea where we can provide much cheaper, or let's say an economical alternative to people who are living in these chores, who are occupying these chores for, let's say, 8 years or so. So we came up with this idea of creating this form which is sturdy, lightweight, economic, uses local material, and at the same time can be assembled and disassembled within a very short time. And so this is a space frame structure. I know probably none of you are architects, but I'll just give you a very simple understanding, is that these are space frame structure which are supposed to be quite sturdy, and it uses bamboo as its arm, and we have steel joints, connectors, so that connects the structure, and it doesn't require a lot of foundation, so it can just sit on it. You just need a very little grounding, and then having a roof, and it gives you 2 levels, which actually helps people to have it wherever they go. So we call it khudi bari. Khudi means small, and bari is a house. So that's the term we've picked for this khudi bari. And this is a very, very important artwork by one of our very prominent painter, SM Sultan, and we decided to kind of create a little bit of an idea that if we can take Khudibari and place it all around Bangladesh. So the idea of illustration, what you can see is that you can actually create small clusters of houses in the chores, if you like, or when there is flooding, especially in flood-affected areas, they can occupy the upper level when there is flood, and otherwise this could give them actually 2 levels. So the ground level would be something where they would spend their days, and upper level could be for their sleeping. And so during the COVID time, we decided to build one structure, which is our first prototype. We tried that out in Dhaka, and it worked pretty much well. So then we decided to take it to the chores in the lower Meghna region. And so it's quite difficult to get there, actually. So that's the site, as you can see. So first from Dhaka, you need to take a boat like that to go to the mainland, which is Chor Bhoirabi. And from Chor Bhoirabi, you need to take a smaller boat, which is that one, to go to the chor in the middle of the river. And that's the river. You wouldn't be able to see one side to the other. So that's the enormous scale of the rivers that we have. And that's actually one of the chores that you can see in the middle of the riverbed. And so this is actually a chore. And the river is actually up there. And you see a boat over there. Do you see that? So that's coming from the Bay of Bengal going towards Dhaka. So the horizon is, you cannot really see or actually comprehend the scale of these rivers. So here we built one of the houses that you can see right there. For a small family of a husband and wife. So we just tried out a 10 feet by 10 feet house. The idea was that we'll give them the structure and the roof, and the rest of it, like the lower part, the facades and everything, they will build on their own. We brought in the bamboo and the steel joints and the facades, which were built with local grass, tall grass that you can find in that area. So sourcing material from the location was something we tried. And this is again another house where we used 2 modules, so you can scale it up if you like. So this is a bigger family, so we use 2 modules, and basically the architects, volunteers, they go to the sites, and the local community who actually are living in these chores take part and make these houses. So this is again the 2-module house where we are using the tall grass. This is something the people also generally use to make the houses. So that's one of the houses. So here you see the details of the facade, how the tall grass is used as a facade material. Basically very simple, very easy to do. And people generally try to, and then the lower level, they have created this place where they can hang their clothes. And so it's a daily life, let's say. And so basically architects, volunteers come together, and then they go around the site and make these houses. So what we've done is we got a grant from the Swiss government, and with that we are trying out 100 houses in a few different locations in Bangladesh. And so the way it goes is it's a very community-engaged project where we created this sort of a brochure or a leaflet where you see how the building is done, what are the possibilities, how it helps, and then we take it to the locals, and then the locations are generally climatically and geographically challenging locations, and marginalized population are our target group. And so we take it to the locals, and we show them, and then we start with the community engagement, which is about mapping their land and mapping the villages that they have. So first act is mapping. So once you do the mapping, we also have these small models which we try out with the community, so they have an understanding of what Khudibari structure is all about. We have exhibitions where they can see the other projects that we have built. And then we introduce the local carpenters, so it's a kind of a knowledge sharing also. So we bring in local carpenters and then share with them the ideas of how it's built. And then you can see over there's a mass production of the houses because people generally, it has to be, community has to decide who wants to build a house. So it's not something we push on to people. It's something people should come and tell us whether they want the house or not. So it's a community coming together, then they decide that who wants to have a house. I don't know what's the time, but I'm just going very fast. Okay. So this is, again, one of the sites, and that's India, as you can see. That's near the Assam and Meghalaya region. And all the water from Cherrapunji and all the rainwater that comes, that actually comes down, and this is the place where it all gets accumulated. So this is the Tangoir Haur. Haur is, again, a wetland which holds a reservoir, which holds the 2 more minutes? That's it? Oh my goodness. All right. So that's Tahirpur. So that's one of the places where we built some of these houses. So this is when there is a lot of water, and these areas are actually man-made mounds where these villages are. So you can see Indian mountain at the backdrop, and you see where these mounds, on the mound, one of the Kudibari is there. So in a dry season, this is what it looks like. So it's an agrarian land during the dry season, and this is what happens during the wet season when water comes down, and that's what you see. Again, this is one of the houses, so they basically have the banks protected, and then when the water comes up, that's how it goes. So basically that. Very quickly, I'll just show one more project, which is about the Rohingya refugee camps where we are working at this moment. So as we all know, the Myanmar nationals who has moved Bangladesh is housing 1 million refugees, though the refugees are, so that's kind of the map, and that's the Kutupalong area where this is one of the largest refugee camps in the world. And Bangladesh has, the refugees that came in 2017 were not given the status of refugees by the Bangladesh government. They're known as the forcefully displaced Myanmar nationals. And Myanmar doesn't recognize them as nationals, so they're stateless people. And so they were given a space in that area, Ukhia and Teknaf in Cox's Bazar. And 2002, 2015, you can see that this used to be a forest land, which was occupied by the refugees, and 1 million people definitely needs a lot of logistical issues that are needed to be addressed. And so now with the Bangladesh government has much more, focusing on reforestation, as those were forest land. And so native plant and reforestation, that's how we got involved in this project. So I'm not going to go into the detail of reforestation, but we are doing a kind of lot of reforestation efforts. And here we also include the refugees in the whole idea of conversation, where we have workshops with refugees. We talk about the different ideas of why the plants are so much needed because of the macroclimate and everything. And we also have these community engagements where we, with them, sit and design the different structures that we are supposed to design. So we've designed women-friendly centers, we've designed child-friendly centers, we've also designed disability centers. And so it's always about community engagement, getting the entire program is developed with the people through these engagements, and then designing it. So one of the houses that we built, again, a kudibari for ourselves to live there. So right outside the camp area where we work generally, we've built a house, and it was done, again, through the same idea of community engagement, and that's the house where we live. And this is the forest. That's our house. It's a kudibari, again. Since we're giving it to people, we thought, why don't we live in one also? So this is a 3-module kudibari, and we have a stair that goes up. We live on the upper level, and we are generally having our office in the lower level. And we also work with the host community. So the host community are the Bangladeshis who are living around that area, whose livelihood has been affected because of the presence of the refugees. They had all their agrarian lands were taken up because to place the refugees there. So World Food Program, who's our client, has this idea of making these aggregation centers for women farmers who are producing different kind of vegetables and then selling it to World Food Program, which then goes to the refugees. So basically, that's an interesting model. And again, we have designed aggregation centers, and we use bamboo because that's a material that we are allowed to use. There are lots of restrictions of using material in the refugee camps. You're not allowed to build anything permanent, so you cannot do any foundation which is very deep, which actually allowed us to have a light structure with bamboo and steel joints, which actually helped. So this area in the lower level is where generally they sell their produce, and upper level is only for the women farmers to engage. So this is one of the days when they sell the fresh produce. They bring in from all different locations, so this is a kind of a hub. And so this is what it is. Yeah, I think I'll stop here. Thank you. I'll find the seats.
Lock your ears for a second. I think this is going to be. Oh, no. You got this, okay. Is this working? This is working. This could be a little bit louder, please. Because, you know, I'm going to talk and sing. For my supper, which I can see is being prepared outside, is being laid out. I am Ali Sethi. I am a musician and a sometime writer. I grew up in Lahore in Pakistan, and I now live in New York City. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Dr. Varshney and the Saxena Center for having me. What an incredible panel. And I just feel so vulgar and inadequate in the presence of all these super, skilled people who have made wonderful presentations on so many aspects of culture and existence that have been marginalized, but that my at least takeaways that continue to survive and endure and speak to us in powerful ways. And that's sort of going to be the theme of what I'm going to present here today. I want to talk about raga music, which is something that I had a kind of fascination with growing up in Lahore in Pakistan. But coming, first of all, growing up in the 1990s, at a time when sort of both because of rising missionary Islamic fundamentalism in my country, and also because of increased globalization, the world is flat, arrival of American pop music and rock music, and then increasingly of Indian pop music, which was like American pop music through satellite TV. Raga music felt very marginal and sort of either irrelevant or not worth one's time. But I was very drawn to raga music because, and I didn't know at the time that it was raga music that I was interested in. My mother used to play. My friend Saud Ahmed is here, who's a doctor, and kind of grew up in Lahore at the same time as me. And we were talking about this last night, about how so much of the music that we learned as children, imbibed, absorbed, and therefore learned, because we're both musicians now, was music that we heard on long drives with our grandparents, who were of that sort of pre-partition generation that grew up in this very, I now realize, cosmopolitan, mixed up, dynamic musical culture. So, like South, I also, when my parents would take us to the mountains, to the Himalayan foothills in the summer, we would go in this car, and it would be a 7-hour journey. And my mother would play these audio cassettes that were inevitably collections of the late great Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan's qawwalis. And what I always found so fascinating was that, and these were sort of long form performances, right? So each qawwali in these performances would average about 30 minutes. You know, each piece was about 30 minutes long. And I always marveled at how, you know, having stated the thesis, as it were, of the text, say the line "Aaj Rang Hai," right? The Qawwal party, which is like a kind of ensemble of about 10 or 12 singers, would each sort of contribute their sort of riff or their vocal variation on the theme. And there was a suspense to that. You know, what is the young Qawwal going to do? What is his uncle going to do? How is this other uncle who sort of has the gravelly voice going to swat the younger one and come in and sort of do this other like crazy thing and like land it, and then Nusrat Saab will pick it up again from the... So this kind of idea of suspense and resolution, of flight and landing, of departure and arrival. This kind of became, I became very, very interested in this, because what I could intuit already at that time, though I did not have the formal training, was that the enterprise itself was kind of paradoxical in its very nature. These were exercises in freedom, right? So like these riffs were extraordinarily inventive. The singer would go off into a place that you did not expect them to go off into. They would change your experience of time in the course of this riff, right? So I will give you an example. I don't want to just be abstract about it. But can you hear this? I don't think this is connected to the speaker, alas. It will help if it is, but I'll... Yeah? It's on here. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, here it comes.
That was the thing that you were supposed to do. I warned you. There we go. Yeah. So sort of.
Sorry again.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
I'm such a disruptor. I'm just kidding. Sorry. We can do without. Yeah, we can.
I need to reset it. Sorry.
Sorry. There we go. Thank you. This is better, right? So sort of if the main piece is now you have a right, the whole thing is going. As one amazing, wonderful Pakistani singer said to me in Punjabi, like, so it's even for sort of the completely ignorant of, those who don't know anything about music are also encouraged to nod at the, because all our so this sort of thing fascinated me, and then they would sort of sometimes change or introduce this like wayward note into the thing, right? So had no one to ask because there were no musicians in my family. How did they know how to resolve it? I was clearly an anxious child because I had a lot of PTSD apparently, which is why I was like, but what is the solution to this problem that you have created for no reason, you know? You get to be free and you get to go off into into what felt to me like this kind of dazzling quicksand territory where you could, if by using the note incorrectly, you would fall off, right? And shame your entire family. So how do you know how to come back? As we say in Urdu, Hindi, dhang se, how do you come back soundly? Because it's not, clearly you're not following a formula of any sort, and yet there is some kind of logic at work that allows you to come back in. I listen to a lot of qawwalis, I listen to a lot of ghazals, I listen to bhajans. I would go to the shops in Lahore and ask for these CDs and audio cassettes that only much older people were interested in. And I kind of, the Urdu word is hifz karna, right? From Arabic, hafiz, to kind of to rote learn like you do scripture. I kind of just completely internalized these melodies and these riffs. And age 17, insisted that I apprentice myself. Insisted because I told my parents, I have to apprentice myself to a master musician. I have to understand this. I have to get to the bottom of this. And this is it. So long story short, I spent, even as I was being an undergraduate in America in those years, I spent my late teens and my early and then my mid and late 20s inside these apprenticeships with two great musicians, Ustad Nasiruddin Sami of the Dilli Gharana and Farida Khanum of the Patiala Gharana. Both are musicians who were born in pre-partition India. Sami Saab was born in Delhi and migrated to Pakistan with his family in a few years after partition. Farida ji was born in Calcutta, grew up in Amritsar and migrated to Pakistan at partition. So they were refugees for a while and lived in refugee camps and eventually moved into houses that they had not built and etc. And both, as it turned out, had interesting, sometimes painful, complicated interfaces with the state, right? Because they were repositories of this musical culture that really kind of came of age in what we call the late medieval period, right? And was at its most potent, its most dynamic in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So I didn't know any of this when I apprenticed myself. I just wanted to know how to resolve that stuff, how to be able to impress people like that and kind of sing and, sort of be able to sing in that particular way. One of the first things Ustad Sami said to me when I sat there with the harmonium, he said, "This instrument, by the way, is a total corruption and abomination." And so I said, "What do you mean? This is the quintessential Indian classical instrument." And he said, "No, it's a German instrument. Christian missionaries brought it to the subcontinent. And of course, the first to embrace this were the singing and dancing girls, because, they had to travel all the time, and it was them and their musicians who, and this is apparently documented, that the non-classical singers were the first to embrace the harmonium and take it around, and it was prohibited, use of the harmonium was prohibited at Radio Pakistan and on Indian classical radio until the 1960s, because it was thought to be the ultimate corruption. And why was it so corrupt, this instrument, or corrupting to our music? It's because, as Ustad Sami explained to me, he said this instrument divides our music into flat and sharp notes. So if you look at, I will not mess with that. If you look at any keyboard, piano, or harmonium, there are white and black keys, right, and notes. And that is what allows for musical notation, right? So sheet music is referring to these divisions and then to sort of variations around these divisions. Whereas the music of South Asia has traditionally been vocal based, and for accompaniment we have relied on stringed instruments, because a stringed instrument can produce the modulations like a sarangi does, or a sitar does, or a tambura does, can produce the modulations of the human voice. And it took me a while to get comfortable with this idea that notation is after the fact. One is not thinking of notes when one is singing. One is sort of expressing and emoting and bending and being sort of magically fluid. And then afterwards, you can think about what note it was. We don't go at it thinking, here are a set of notes that I'm going to now deliver or perform or hit. The idea of hitting a note is not sort of the way to do this. And Ustad Sami would do these magical, chimerical things for me and then kind of take it away. Genie lamp and then vanish, that kind of thing. And I would sort of go begging for more and say, explain to me. And he would say, no, words cannot explain. You have to just experience and then do as I say. So one of the first things he kind of demonstrated for me was what we call the Rag Bhairavi, right? Which is in the now popular imagination, people think, oh, it's a morning raga, it has to be performed in the morning, and it has 7 notes. And what are the 7 notes of Rag Bhairavi? Sort of go like this. Right? And our sort of do, re, mi, whatever is sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa, sa, ni, da, pa, ma, ga, re, sa. Right? And if I just spent the whole day going up and down the scale, sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa, ni, da, pa, ma, ga, re, sa, I don't think it gives you a very good idea of what the mood or sort of expression of the rag is. Right? Because a rag is not a scale. That was the other thing I had to really deal with. The sort of foundational text or the sort of canonical text for accessing Indian classical music is a book written by a man called Mr. Bhatkhande in the late 19th century. Very much a product of kind of the colonial period, the classification of things into this or that, into Hindu, Muslim, high, low, male, female, binary thinking. And Mr. Bhatkhande kind of is a lawyer who goes around, who's, very interested in music, obviously, and goes around interviewing musicians and then comes up with this sort of treatise at the end, which systematizes Indian classical music, right? And his way of going about it is to say, let's divide all the rags into, or gather all the rags into 10 scales. And the word he used was tat for a scale, right? So this is a scale, is also a tat. So then Bhairavi becomes both a rag and a tat. Not going to make this too complicated, but Bhairavi is a tat. If this is a scale, then within this scale, anything that uses this series of notes will fall within this tat. So then Bhairavi becomes a kind of parent rag. And then all the other rags that use these notes or some variety of them or variation of them become related to Bhairavi via that logic, right? Which is a logic that's been imposed from on top, in a way, in order to organize it into scales and thus hopefully to be able to notate it so that some like orchestra can perform it or whatever. And so, of course, many of the great gurus and ustads and ganewalis and, the great connoisseurs immediately rejected this whole thing and said, not only are we not going to promote this book, we're not going to talk to this man again. Because this is not what we do. One of the demonstrations Ustad Sami gave me, he said, look, I can sing Bhairavi in many, many, many different kinds of ways, including in ways that do not even fall into this notation of a keyboard or a... So I could go Saga Pa, which is pretty linear, or I could go Saga Ma Ga Ga. So it's like your keyboard can't do what I just did. It can go. It can't go Saga Sama Dama Pa. So for me this was magic, but then I had to do it with my voice. And I really experienced a kind of yogic sort of release doing it, really, because not only had my brain never gone there, but my throat had never gone there before. You know, I had grown up with all this desi pop music that I realized was also relying on these chordal divisions, which were based on keys. So I had like several aha moments at once, and I was like, who am I? What is this? Where are we? Where is the truth? The other thing I had to immediately learn to live with was this idea of, you know, a thing can have multiple etymologies, multiple provenances, and that's fine. Right? So Bhairavi is simultaneously related to the Hindu deity Bhairavi, and with worship of Bhairavi, and therefore with early morning ritual, and also with an Arabian scale called Bawan, which goes and both are valid. That is one way of doing it, and this is another way. And when you're performing a ghazal or qawwali, you can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But both require a rigorous, immersive access. Neither fits into notation or into a sort of theoretical framework. Then I had to deal with, the Lucknowi way of Bhairavi, which is extra delicate because, the Lucknow people were very delicate, and that is why their civilization collapsed, but they gave us great music. So here is, all of that, right? So you right? So the Bhairavi way of the Bhairavi in Lucknow is Sagapa Lagat kare jwa mein chor. There's this extra half note. Mein chor and the Punjabi, rustic, exuberant, i.e. uncouth, i.e. does not belong in the mazar or in the sort of darbar. How is it? Ba jo band ba jo band ba jo band ba jo. So I had to kind of become these different sort of voices to really understand what was going on here. And also stories about what happened to Bhairavi in our country, beta, beto. And then I would sit, and Farida Khanamji told me once, she said, because she came of age at a time when singers would make their debuts in the courts of Rajas and Maharajas. And she said, we thought we would go to Jaipur next, and we thought we would go to Patiala after that. And one of the Thumris, which is a genre of a sort of erotic singing, a Thumri that we would present was a Jamuna Ke Tir, right? Which was a sort of in praise of Krishna, and would go like this, again in Bhairavi. Jamuna Ke Tir Akeli mat jaiyo Akeli mat jaiyo. Punjabi touch, right? Akeli mat jaiyo Jamuna Ke Tir refers to the river Jamuna. And she said, we came to Pakistan, our big boy sort of went to the radio station to do our audition, because we now had to be classed as class A or class B or class C singer. And she said, I knew my chops, and I went and I gave my audition, and one of the things I sang was Jamuna Ke Tir. And they said, Bibi, Jamuna wahan chala gaya hai ab. The river Jamuna has now gone to the other country. You can't sing this anymore. We don't have Jamuna, we have like Ravi or whatever, like we have other rivers. Another story, the great singer Barkat Ali Khan, Ustad Barkat Ali Khan, who was a great singer, was singing these thumris in praise of Lord Krishna. And Thumris are often composed in Brij Bhasha, which is this kind of deliberately childlike language, right? So the consonants get softer, and it's all about like what we call lard pyar, beseeching. It's a kind of beseeching language of love, and very playful and childlike. So Ustad Barkat Ali Khan was presenting these Thumris at this music conference in Pakistan, and General Ayub Khan had just taken over and turned up to patronize music and the arts, and sort of went into the thing. And General Ayub Khan was in the process of creating Pakistani culture at this time, right? Because who were we if we didn't have our own national culture, i.e. not Indian culture? And so he saw the great Ustad, who presented one Thumri, and then an emissary was sent. I'm paraphrasing and repeating the story as it was told to me. I don't know if it's completely false. Right, which is also fine in the world of music. It's like it's a good story, that's all that matters. So an emissary was sent saying, Khan Sahab, kuch aur. Like enough Krishna, now something else. So next thing Khan Sahab said, okay, Khan Sahab switched the rag, and then the next thing also somewhere it was, Krishna ke, something. Another emissary was sent, Khan Sahab, something else. So the third time the emissary was sent, apparently Barkat Ali Khan set aside his instrument and said, Kya gaye? Mamma dili jina meri baiya na maro. Right? So which is how do I translate that? Sort of baiya marorna and whatever is very much part of the Thumri language. Don't harass me as I'm on my way to fetch my pitcher of water. I being maiden, beautiful nubile maiden. Stop teasing me and getting in my way, and what is this behavior? You're so rude, etc. So, Mamma dili jina meri baiya na maro. So, Bhairavi became weirdly controversial at some point in the 1960s and 70s as we were trying to Persianize, whatever. And of course, the singers poured that very same Bhairavi into Persian ghazals, into Persianate qawwalis that were performed for the organization, for the OIC, for the leaders of Muammar Gaddafi, who probably didn't, know what a Thumri was. And Bhairavi sort of lived and endured and adapted and survived, and sort of took on these new avatars in different times. My last little anecdote is that I shared this yesterday. I also ended up using my little bit of Bhairavi in this song of mine, Pasuri. I was thinking, I'd written this part, right? This kind of, I think, encapsulates the whole, this little demonstration. I'd written this part, which is in a rag called Pilu, right? Which goes, right, and then gone. Now, having done that, I was like, now how do I make this exciting? Like, how do I resolve this? And the Bhairavi came to me. Right? The very same sort of passage that I'd been practicing in a whole other Thumri, Khayal, Qawwali context helped me resolve this little thing. And of course, the moment I did it, I was like, oh, this could also be a flamenco song. Or this could also be a reggaeton, sort of, like an Enrique Iglesias kind of number, right? Like, maybe you want me, you take me, you want me, when I bet you my love. Does your heart ever cry? Do you So, I mean, for me, the classical did not remain classical. For me, the traditional did not remain traditional. For me, the Indian did not remain Indian, and the Pakistani did not remain Pakistani. For me, the scale did not remain a scale. I got beautifully confused. And sort of the thing I learned from all of this was that sometimes bhes badalna, right, to kind of switch your mode of communication is essential for survival, especially for cultures that are marginal. And that is where the story of so much of our culture lies, actually, is in adaptation, in improvisation, in making do, making work. And that those are not just sort of political strategies, those are also eventually the source of our aesthetic sensibility. And that is probably a more fruitful, helpful way to engage with Indo-Pakistani semi-classical music, I don't know what you'll call it, I'll just say rag music, than any kind of system scheme that has been imposed from on top. Thank you. Can I push this off without an explosion? Great.
So, first of all, thank you very much for all our participants. I mean, this was an incredibly rich representation of very different fields. And as I think this was part of the plan that just as in the economics and political sections we were trying to get things together, I think our plan was precisely this. What happened was to explode it all. Right? and so this is why we, as when Prerna and I were trying to plan this, we wanted to go to very different directions, not just in the countries, but also different types of materials. And one of the things I think that for me stood out very much is that when we are thinking social scientifically, the question is how to put grids in order to make things understandable, to make them separate out in blocks so that we can actually comprehend. And the nice thing about literary and artistic areas is that we actually don't need to put the grids on it, right? So I think Ali's presentation showed this very well, but this is exactly true for all the others as well. Land comes and goes, as Marina described to us, and changes. As Manjushree showed us how how closely connected any kind of artistic expression is to the political and social and economic life of a country, and how it is integral to it, and not something, as one person who was once teaching me language said that, grammar is not the icing on the cake, it is the cake. And so I would say the same thing. Culture is not the icing on the cake, it is actually the material from which life is constructed. And with, I think, food is the ultimate example of that. Our bodies are nothing but food, actually, if we think about it. So we exist through the cycling of food, etc. So I'm just incredibly grateful to the wide variety of things that have been discussed, shared, suggested to us. And so we can open it up for questions and discussions. So I think what we'll do is to take 3 questions and then allow our colleagues to respond in some ways, in whatever ways. So who wants to begin?
God, we exploded everybody's mind so much that no question. Wonderful.
Grace, Shandana.
I think that's exactly what the struggle is what to ask of whom, that sort of, what are the threads that I want to pick up on, either speaking to the earlier panels or just speaking across all of you. And you've done a great job of exploding it all, so it's a little bit hard to do that. But I think it's a very random thought that came to me through all of this is we've been talking since yesterday about this need to sort of compare across regions and connect across countries in the region. But I think what you guys have said here as well is maybe the question that we want to raise is the extent to which we're connecting across fields and disciplines and the sort of work that's happening across this one panel, and also more boringly in politics and economics as well. And so much of that, I mean, my one random thought was just the extent to which our culture around rivers has influenced so much from our economics to our music, to our architecture, and to the politics of how, which areas have managed to get resources and which ones have become predominant and which then marginalize other groups. And so it was just, I wanted to share that with you across your entire field. So Marina, for you, and Ali, for you, it's very obvious of the sort of influence of all of this. But I was just wondering if there's other themes such as that you think could actually lead to more cross-discipline work across everything that you were talking about, as well, and of course the water buffalo, which showed up later on in your work, Marina, as well.
Okay, would anyone in particular like to?
We want to do three
okay,
questions.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I was sort of thinking about some of the things that happened, and none of you talked really about language, right? And this morning, we were all of like, language is what causes a lot of destruction in the world, and yet when you talked about it, right, the food, wasn't about language. Maybe language is important. The houses, you were speaking Bangla, but that wasn't very important. So I wonder what language plays for each of you. Does it matter for you in your own venues? Or does it not?
I think Ali is being harsh to Punjabi culture. Let me give you my story. So my deceased father, after he finished high school and did very well, my grandfather, whom I never met, said, "Beta, son, pick 3 cities in India," and we're talking 1933. Pick 3 cities in India, and you've done so well, I'll fund your trip. Go away for 3 months. So I asked my father, which 3 cities do you think deserved your attention as an 18-year-old? Number 1, Lahore. Number 2, Delhi. Number 3, Calcutta. I said, no, Bombay, huh? Lucknow is very close by. We were around that area. So why Lahore? He said, Lahore is the site of artistic elegance, cultural elegance. And in your rendition of Punjab, it's the site of lack of sophistication.
Lahore is not Punjab, and Punjab is not Lahore. I won't say more. I'm just kidding. But is there a third question?
So Prerna has the...
I'm just going to come in super quickly just to kind of, in a way, echo, first of all, again, to thank you all for like really incredible presentations and thoughts. But I really like this idea of, I guess in some ways when we're thinking about interdisciplinary conversations, there are many disciplines that are not here at this table, but one is really geography. It's a discipline I've been fascinated by because US universities, unlike UK universities, which is where you are, and in India, don't really traditionally have that many geography departments. But when I kind of loop back to some of those conversations about what constitutes national identity, Avidit's point, and how I think, interestingly, national identity it's different sometimes for the people within the nation and for those outside. So when I think of Nepal, also Sikkim and Bhutan, it's really interesting, right? The 2 other states, one that was not to be, we think of mountains, right? So when we were kind of growing up in India, Nepal was mountains, Bangladesh was water, right? It was easy.
What was Pakistan?
So that's where I'm getting to. But see, here's the point I think that Karthik mentioned, is that then it became hugely subnational because, again, the population weighted mean is there's great subnational variation. My father's from Rajasthan, where it's obviously the desert, right? But when you I think topography is a kind of, we've spoken about food and architecture and build, but I think that there's something there to it, too. And here's where Pakistan comes in. To me, it's super interesting that I understand as a kind of Punjabi speaker or more accurately understander, I understand every single nuance of Pasuri and everything you say. But at the time that Pakistan was created, it's to me interesting that the references are, you have no Rabindra Sangeet, right? So to me, it's almost like a kind of breaking down of regions within these kind of larger states that then also kind of further reinforces the importance of topography in some way by which, Marina and kind of any Bengali from India would have so much more linguistically and kind of geographically in common. And so to me, it's also a fruitful site, not just for kind of exploding what we've been talking about generally, but also for coming together in this idea of comparing across the different kind of countries that we've been looking at. But I'll stop.
Can I speak to the language
Yeah.
question? Yeah, because since I'm a writer, this is the material.
I'm a translator.
There you go. So in Nepal, it's been an area of huge contention, language. So the unitary state, the monarchical history had imposed the Nepali language as the national language. After 1990, a language rights movement started up very quickly. And so particularly indigenous languages, there's the Indo-European languages and also the Tibeto-Burmese languages. Those languages saw a huge revitalization, a huge study, classification. By the time we reached 2006, we had a language commission that had recognized 123 national languages, which is a very different political stance to take in relation to language. What it did to literature was very interesting, because where we had this understanding that the Nepali language was the national language, that has been challenged. It's come down to being one of Nepal's languages, the lingua franca, the one that's used by the state, but it itself changed to democratize. It transformed from 1990 to now from a high caste language, a very formal language, into a very vernacular spoken language. And that work was done by a lot of writers who, Raju Syangtan, or a lot of indigenous writers in particular, who wrote in their regional Nepali, so kind of reclaimed the language as a democratic language. So that has led to a huge creative flowering. The other thing that's happened, of course, is that the literature in other languages has started up. So when we talk about Nepali literature, we no longer say Nepali literature, we say the literature of Nepal, because the Nepali literature is only of the Nepali language. So it's been a very, very creative ferment in relation to that. There's a lot of nationalism, so, you know, the Hindi in the southern belt of Nepal, Hindi is the lingua franca, and so the state is still very nervous about all of, you know, the linguistic issues are quite emotive and contentious, but there's a lot of fight back and a lot of sort of democratization. It's been very interesting.
I mean, I'll also answer the language issue. I mean, you know, Professor Pratap Mehta was talking about the issues about Hindi imposition and the resistances. And many years back, I wrote a piece called Kitchen Languages about what is actually happening on the ground. I mean, if, you know, anybody here ever goes to Chennai, and, you know, people from Delhi never go to Chennai. But if you go to Chennai, you know, you should go to a place called Ratna Cafe. Ratna Cafe is it's a dump, but it's one of these like great Madras institutions, because it's widely acknowledged in Chennai to produce the best sambar. Okay, the quintessential like Chennai sambar. Now the interesting thing about Ratna Cafe, even though it's in the hardcore old Chennai Brahmin district called Triplicane, it's actually owned by Haryanvi now. It's owned by Haryanvi. And the kitchen staff are all from Nepal and Jharkhand. The waiters are mostly Tamilians, because Tamilians don't want to work in the kitchen any longer. They're prosperous enough; they don't want to work in the kitchen. So it's like in New York, you know, all the kitchen workers are from Ecuador and like Central Mexico. But what that means in practice is that this amazing synthesis is happening within the kitchens. I mean, everyone is sort of speaking Hindi. You can understand Hindi because Hindi is a language that happens in the kitchen, but they also speak enough Tamil to communicate with the waiters. And we were talking about this earlier, that, you know, on a macro level, you know, language becomes an issue of conflict. But on the ground, people end up speaking. People learn how to communicate. I mean, even the differently able people, we was talking about Indian Sign Language, what the person who was telling me about the development of sign language told me, what is most amazing about people who sign is that they find ways to communicate one way or the other. Maybe it's just using gestures, and they can, you know, different sign languages are very different, and yet if you put different signers together, within hours they will have found a common way to sign to each other, or they will use technology. I mean, you know, so people, so, you know, on the ground, kitchen languages are where change actually happens. and you wanted to ask about rivers. And rivers are a very fascinating subject because, as you were saying, we underestimate the importance of geography. Clearly, for food, geography is critical. People think about communities and culture things, but it makes no difference if you can't access what is actually grown around you. Now, I live in a small state called Goa, whose image outside, particularly people from Delhi who come, is that Goa is all about beaches, it's all about sea, it's all about seafood. For people in Goa, what matters are rivers, because Goa is bisected by these 5 or 6 big rivers, which have only very recently been bridged. I mean, until then we had ferries, and this is where one of the basic Goa music forms is called a mando. And basically, as our neighbor who's a mando singer told me, all mando songs come down to, I'm on this side of the river, my lover is on that side of the river. Boatman, how are you going to take me across? I mean, what am I going to have to give you to take me across? And that is basically all mandos come down to that, So, rivers shape our lives in geography. Prerna is right. Geography shapes our lives in really fundamental ways, which we just do not talk about, because the people, setting our lives sit in Delhi and acknowledge the importance of geographies in our regular lives.
Okay, so we are going to go a little bit over time, but I hope that's okay, so we can do one more round of questions.
Can I say something about the language thing? This is fascinating. I've been thinking a lot about language and how whether it is relevant or the most relevant thing as far as kind of doing dialogue across difference is concerned. Because, one just assumes language is key. It's so important. It is such an important part of who you are and what you say and how you express yourself. It's also around the anxiety of identity. So much of it happens through language. We fight through language on Twitter every day, and we fixate on crimes of language. And I quit Twitter 3 years ago because I at some point realized this has nothing to do with me. I'm not in this sea. This is not where I would like to swim. Because I think, firstly, what rag music kind of teaches you, first of all, is that words are irrelevant. Words don't matter. The first and last exercise of a rag musician is alap, right? Which is the arya, the part of the music which has no words. Even when you are working with words, so you'll say Jamuna ke tir, right? The moment you've said it, now you have to pull up, sort of loosen the consonants and loosen the vowels. You have to say Jamuna ke tira you kind of deconstruct and dissolve within minutes of beginning the thing. So what you're listening to is not the word. You're not listening or experiencing at the level of the word. So what is being said is different from what is being expressed, which is different from what is being communicated, right? And so you kind of perform and learn to listen at all these different levels. And finally, I think I now know, because my music is on Spotify and I have American management who always draw my attention to interesting statistical aspects of things. I love them. They are great. In case this is being filmed. But, the music that is taking over the world, or that is performing the best right now, is not music that is lyrically strong, right? Or that is even I know I didn't mean to say it like that. What I meant was it is not music that privileges lyric, right? It is actually music that is more and more like limerick or nursery rhyme, if you think about it. Despacito, which was the song that really broke through the kind of the culture wall and that you had people in almost every culture of the world singing, right? Those Despacito. Now, it was like the Macarena when I was a kid. I didn't know what it meant, but it was a tune that taught you how to sing it. The moment you heard it, it was as though someone was asking you to sing it back, right? There was something limericky or nursery rhymey about it, where it kind of, as it unfolds, it's actually inviting you to participate. It almost sets up a chamber of, it imagines many singers. And it sets up a kind of call and answer situation, right? And so that's kind of the way in which I wrote Pasuri as well. It's fascinating to me that this is a song written partly in Punjabi, partly in Urdu, actually in gibberish. I don't, like many of the words, I just had to fill in the blanks. And I was like, what rhymes with Ramacha? Okay, Bamacha, you know? Like, I didn't care. I had the melody. And it turns out most singers in the world, most musicians come up with melody first, and then they write the words. So it happens at the level of melody very quickly. It kind of builds itself. The tension, the story happens without words. And then you go around, you know, trying to fit words to it. This Punjabi song, but I love Punjab. This Punjabi song is most popular not in Punjab. It is most popular in Assam and in Tamil Nadu, where apparently they have no reason to play Punjabi music, but they're vibing, as we say, and this is the word that keeps turning up in the YouTube comments. I just vibe to this song. I vibe with this song. I love how we're all just hanging and vibing here, you know? And every third comment is, what does this song actually mean? It's not at the level of word, it's not relevant, and I'm kind of very happy about that.
Yeah, but it's certainly not the case with the Bengali music, I would say. It's all about lyrics, especially if you look into Tagore's song, even Kazi Nazrul Islam, I don't know if you've, but these are all absolutely about the lyrics. And also Lalon, I don't know, you should definitely look into Lalon, and the Baul songs that we have, the spirit, very spiritual. And they're all about the, you know, very metaphysical, you know, issues that they deal with. And also, I think I really agree with the idea that, you know, every culture is unique because of its geographical and the climatic context. Geography and climate makes us who we are. Our uniqueness comes from that. All our food, music, language, everything is a product of our geography and our climate, though the climate is going through a crisis. But then again, you know, what has happened till date is about the location and how it has been. And so, yeah, I think definitely geography and climate should be a priority when we get into these kind of conversations.
This is sort of is a nice transition to my question for you, but I was super inspired by your presentation, Marina, Tabassum. You know, I've looked at pictures of the Baitul Rauf Mosque and been inspired by that, but today's presentation made me think a lot about what's been on my mind with the floods in Pakistan and just the scale of the kind of climate devastation we're experiencing all over the world, but particularly in South Asia. And while you were presenting, I was thinking of a famous architect in Pakistan, Yasmin Lari, who came back from England and has designed many iconic buildings in Pakistan. And now she's sort of had a mea culpa where she's actually going back to Eastern Sindh, Tharpakar, and you're sort of trying to unlearn and relearn from a lot of our indigenous architectures in many ways that echoed your presentation. So I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit about this process of how, because in your presentation, it was not just about going back to an older, you know, sort of these vernacular, but really sort of adapting them to the contemporary realities and climate change. So I'm wondering, you know, what sort of takeaways, because in Pakistan now, the process of rebuilding, where millions of people now are homeless, we just need a different vocabulary to understand how to rebuild, and I'm wondering if you have some thoughts to share based on your experience.
Should I, or do you want to take this?
So let's see if there are any other questions, or especially if they're related to this, and then we can have this as the last. Okay, this one.
So I noticed that all these speakers are from different countries and different disciplines.
Microphone.
Oh,
there's a microphone right over there.
We're recording yourself. Microphone is necessary for that.
Yeah, all you guys came from different countries and different disciplines. So personally, I'm mixed Indian and Pakistani, and I'm in technology, very far away from social sciences and all of this. So how can people work cross-discipline in areas very different from social studies and probably international studies, that kind of thing, and still contribute to these kind of issues?
resist. Can I?
Okay. Last one.
I know. As a primary organizer, I should be aware that it's 4:10. And okay, wait, so if rivers have inspired so much music, Jamuna ke Teer and Ganga ke Teer, have mountains? If yes, if no, why? Why not? Huh? That's a question. And the second is a bigger one. I think I'll catch at some other time. The relationship between Sufism and raga music. Well, that's a very long one, I think. So maybe the mountain is a. Tell me what you know about mountains.
From the mountains.
And
Yes.
music, mountain. We know that mountains inspired a lot of paintings. That we know. So.
Okay.
All right. So.
Marina.
Okay, I'll answer the question first. It's not so easy to make intervention into vernacular. That's one of the toughest thing you can try. It has been tried for decades to give solutions to different kind of architecture for flooding, for social housing. At the end, it depends on whether people accept it or not. And in most cases, people did not accept. And so that's why it's very difficult when you intervene into the cultural vernacular that already exists. That's why I think that the cultural psyche of people is important to understand. So you just cannot come up with an idea and just push it on to people. It needs to grow and it needs to come through an understanding and dialogue. Respecting the culture is absolute priority in these kind of contexts. Aspiration of people is absolutely of the key importance here. So that's why dialogue and engagement with people is more important. So we as architects, we have a knowledge of a certain way of building, knowledge of material, knowledge of construction. But at the same time, when we go into vernacular, especially when you're dealing with people who has a vernacular legacy, going there and trying something new needs to be through dialogue. And that's why community engagement is absolute key. The answers should come from people and should not be pushed onto them, because that's where always the conflict happens. So it needs to come from them, and we should be facilitator rather than giving the solutions, actually. So the knowledge sharing is important. What we have is the technical knowledge, the technical know-how. We have the experience of spatial layout and creation of space. Those are the things that we can try to contribute, but at the same time, changing the entire psyche or the cultural aspect is absolutely wrong. So that's where we try to be very careful when we go somewhere and work with people. It's a slow process. Generally, it needs to be a slow process. Otherwise, you cannot make people accept things. So that's why that's one of our learning experience, that you cannot put schedule on things. It has to evolve through understanding. So intervention into vernacular is one of the toughest and the most difficult part in architecture. And so, yeah, but it definitely, it needs attention, especially in case of climate crisis, where we see all these unpredictable, large catastrophes that are happening all around the globe, and also in our region. And we understand the fact that it needs attention, and for that reason, that needs to be dealt with, but it needs to be dealt with in a much more easy, with a certain kind of understanding where it cannot fail. Yeah, so that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you. So I'm mindful of the time. We're 15 minutes over, so we will stop. But I think this is a perfect comment to end on, because I think it brings actually all three panels together, that when we think of solutions or problems in all across, attention to the local, to the specific, to the vernacular. Without that, nothing can really be built that would be long-lasting, whether we go economics, politics, or certainly culture. So thank you very much to all our panelists for traveling here and for sharing.
I really just want to say thank you. Thank you to Stephanie and thank you to Grace for really, truly. And just one last note, this was supposed to be a female-dominated panel. We were supposed to have a panelist who unfortunately had to drop out for medical reasons. But if you're in New York City, please walk through Central Park to pay homage to a powerful Indian goddess by Bharti Kher, who was supposed to be on this panel today. So I just want to acknowledge that and wish her a speedy recovery. And to invite you all to join the reception outside to celebrate the water buffalo is being officially inaugurated as the symbol of the Saxena Center for
Amazing.